So, welcome everybody to the third annual H&V News Low Carbon Heating Summit. You don't need me to tell you that there's a lot of debate about how the heating sector will decarbonise over the coming years. But the one thing that is certain is that it is this industry that will have to deliver it. So there's a lot to talk about. In that regard, I'm delighted that today we have a wide range of speakers whose aim is to help us guide us through some of the issues with a real focus on the practicalities for the industry. We're very grateful to the sponsors of this event, to our event partners GemServe, to Honeywell and to Panasonic, and we will be hearing from them in one form or another over the coming hours. This is an interactive session, so please feel free to ask questions of the speakers in the Q&A box. Not in the chat, in the Q&A box, please. We'll do our best to ask as many questions as possible, but the nature of virtual summits is you have a lot of questions, so we'll do our best. We might try rolling several in at once. We'll see how we go. Now, without further ado, let me welcome our keynote speaker. It's Mike Foster. He's Chief Executive of the Energy and Utilities Alliance, and his members straddle heating and energy, so he's very well placed to kick off a debate such as this. And those who know him know he will not be sitting on the fence. So please welcome Mike Foster.
Andrew, look, thanks very much for that welcome. I just want to call up my, the presentation I want to talk through today, because as you rightly said, this is a big issue. And it's not going to go away. And I just want to start by putting up this screen here. I haven't always been in the heating industry or the energy industry. I am a recovering politician, and my background and my latter roles there were in international development. This was my first refugee camp. It was in Nepal. The crisis there was caused by a melting glacial lake in the Himalayas, flooding a river, and unfortunately flooding these villages as well. So this is what your and my taxpayer money was basically providing, that food that you can see being cooked, all a result of climate change. Now, there were some people say, oh well, that's thousands of miles away, what does it really matter? It's not on our doorstep. Well, it is. This is one of my favorite places in the country. It's Worcestershire County Cricket Ground, in the heart of my former constituency. These photographs are taken in the same year. So you see on the one hand flooding, and on the right hand side of the screen you see a drought condition in the middle of the summer. And without doubt, all the scientists will tell you these sort of weather events are what we're going to have to get used to with climate change, and if we don't do anything about it, they will get worse. So it matters at home as much as it matters abroad. We have to get to net zero. That's the bottom line. How we do it is a matter of debate, and that's hopefully what we can open up today in our conversation. You're probably familiar, most of you, with the concept of the energy trilemma, and it's this balancing act between being able to afford to pay for our energy, cutting emissions to net zero, and actually having enough energy when and where we want it. And I've tagged on to the energy trilemma the bit about plus jobs, because without doubt the issue of jobs and employment is key also to how we deliver in the UK on the net zero agenda. Now, anybody who's followed the news for the last month will realise that the energy trilemma is hitting home. There is no argument that all of these three sides to the trilemma are interacting to give us record gas prices, risks that have been highlighted by National Grid on the availability of electricity for this winter, and a warning that's gone out from them. And just in the news this morning, two more energy suppliers looking like they're going to go out of business, and it's a real challenge. And I have to say, Andrew, I warn participants now, this is not going to go away. If anything, this trilemma is going to bite even harder in the years to come, and we have to, we have to accommodate that somehow. The jobs bit, I put in there because it's quite interesting that you will hear, and we all hear, lots of people talking about all these clean jobs that are going to be created in net zero land. I just, just urge a little bit of caution on that, because what people might envisage as a clean job, a green job, this is not wandering through some sort of, native, wildflower meadow. Some of these jobs are dirty. Some of these jobs are physically very hard. And so they're not going to be everyone's cup of tea. And frankly, we have difficulty getting HGV drivers. We have difficulty getting care workers. We have difficulty getting people to pick crops in our fields. Actually getting some of these people into the type of jobs that have been highlighted is a challenge. So I think it's important that we put it up there as one of the challenges going forward. Just a snapshot of where we are. The Climate Change Act 2008 kicked it all off. Yes, I did vote for it, and I'm proud to have done so. At the time, and this is going to sound really, real throwback to history. At the time, the climate change target was 60%. When Gordon Brown became Prime Minister, he undertook a review, and whilst that legislation was being passed, that target went to 80%. Now the amendment from 2019 is 100%. So, in the space of 13 years, we've moved from something that was possibly achievable to something that is really going to stretch all of our sinews to do. And that gives you a snapshot of where we are. We've nearly halved emissions since 1990 on a way to eliminating them completely. Arguably, the easy bit's been done already. Next slide gives you a feel for where the emissions are coming from at the moment. The big change has been in energy supply, which has fallen considerably. But residential, it's domestic heat primarily. Public sector is primarily space heating, and a lot of the business emissions are also for space heating. So heating as a topic is right up there if we are going to address it. So that's, I'm going to move down to be the focus of what I talk about, not surprisingly, given the nature of the summit. This graph, I think, should be, stamped on any policymaker who is thinking about how do we deal with this domestic heat challenge, because there is, a high degree of seasonality for our heat. It's obvious, but this graph points out just the scale of that variability. And the variability is not just days of the year, as this graph demonstrates, but it's also demand varies within day as well. The blue sort of shaded area that you see is electricity demand, and it varies throughout the year. But as you can clearly see, the variation in electricity demand is considerably less than that of heat. And as a consequence, if you're trying to plan for a way forward on this, dealing with electricity arguably is more straightforward than dealing with heat, because you've got to provide enough supply to meet the peak heat demands, but you don't necessarily want to waste all that generational heat capacity that might exist. So this graph is a key one to the thinking about how we decarbonise properties. Slide just tells you the scale of it. If you wanted to do it all by electricity, you're talking of an incredible amount of generational capacity, the bulk of which actually would be standing idle for at least 6 months of the year. So arguably, relying solely on electricity is not going to be the way forward. And on top of that, there are, apart from having to pay for the generational costs of electricity, there are the costs involved with the network distribution and transmission of that power as well. So arguably a more balanced approach is one that we should be looking for. This is your favorite economist, Andrew. You know him well, I think. You heard of Mr. Pareto, the old 80-20 rule. And I want to talk mostly about the 85% of homes that are currently on the gas grid. I recognise that there are challenges off the gas grid with coal, oil, LPG and electricity, but I want to spend my time today mostly talking about the 85% of homes that are currently connected to the gas network, and try and conform to Mr. Pareto's best wishes. So how do we do it? The three technologies that are available and will, I have no doubt, be in the heat and building strategy whenever that does, see the light of day. It'll be heat pumps, it'll be heat networks, and it'll be hydrogen. It'll be a combination of the three that we have to do in the domestic setting. There is no silver bullet, but I would argue that the closest thing we have to a silver bullet is that of hydrogen, purely because of the historic nature of the way in which our homes have been heated and using the gas network for it. The gas distribution networks did a very interesting study looking at the suitability of properties just based on their external fabric. So they looked primarily at the thermal efficiency of buildings, and they looked at the space, the location in terms of proximity to neighbours, because there are some restrictions about heat pumps in particular being used. And the conclusion that they came to was something in the region of 37 to 54% of homes potentially were suitable for a heat pump, but only with expensive retrofit measures. There were a further 3 or 4 million homes that could adopt a heat pump with a limited amount of retrofit, and about 7 million homes that actually had no, there were no barriers to heat pumps being installed. So we've already just seen on the fabric of our buildings some limitation on what heat pumps could do, and therefore opening the door to say, actually, this is where hydrogen replacing natural gas can play a role. But that's just the external factors of a building. One of the key considerations that people have to make is how to make your home thermally efficient. And if we look at external solid wall, which was the big barrier that had been identified by that study I just mentioned, it was primarily solid wall construction homes. And if you put a external wall insulation in, the Energy Savings Trust, these are their numbers, not mine, they say it'll cost about 10 grand for a 3-bedroom semi. I think that's a bit low, but I'll use their figures. I'm not shy in doing that. The energy bill saving is £210 per year. It's a 48-year payback. Now, frankly, this is why there is a barrier. There's an obstacle there. The people who are selling you this external wall insulation would not accept a 48-year payback for investment in their company, in their buildings, etc. But they're expecting it of homeowners. It's just not going to run. There's got to be a better way, or there needs to be a better way. Otherwise, external wall heat loss will make a heat pump not work as efficiently as they need to, and therefore open up the door to all sorts of other options. But nobody's really looked at the internals of homes as well, and there are limits here too. Firstly, an obvious one, combi boilers have started over a period of time to replace conventional boilers, and people have been getting rid of their hot water cylinders. I'm not saying it's good or a bad thing, it's what has been happening. Over half of homes in the UK do not have a hot water cylinder, and that is getting worse annually because the current boiler sales that we see, 78% are combis. So more and more people are getting rid of their cylinders, using the space for other things. Shower, added to a bedroom, dressing room, whatever. And with a heat pump, you're going to have to reinstate that hot water cylinder. There's the cost, the disruption, but also people have got used to not having them. And so that is a barrier to the, just on the internal fabric of the building, to going down a heat pump route. Then Bayes have done a study about radiators. As you know, all the participants on this meeting will know better than I do, that heat pumps operate more effectively at the lower flow temperatures. And BEIS, this is a BEI government departmental study, said that on a peak heating day, only 1% of radiators in UK homes could keep people warm, operating at 45 degrees. Now, if you're going to have a low temperature heating system, you're going to have to change your radiators. So you're changing a new hot water cylinder, putting one in, you're having to change your radiators. And another obstacle which has been thrown up is around the pipework, the internal pipework in homes. And this first came to light in the heat pump trials that the government are undertaking. And one of the barriers to people having a heat pump installed as part of the trial were in relatively modern homes, thermally efficient homes, because they are relatively modern. So they've got cavity wall insulation, they've got good loft insulation, and they're double glazed, but they've got micro-bore pipe. And that doesn't lend itself to a heat pump. You would have to do some repiping, and indeed the heating industry has suggested that minimum pipe diameters of 15 or 22 mil should be the norm for heat pumps to allow them to operate effectively. There was an industry study undertaken, and of the homes that have been built most recently, 4 to 5 million are deemed to have micro-bore. So suddenly these homes that were in the this is a suitable home have now become this is not quite as suitable as we thought home for a heat pump. Now, policymakers and politicians have been saying some quite interesting things about some of the alternative technologies around. Boris Johnson made that comment that's on the screen there, where he highlighted the fact that a 10 grand a pop, and those were his words, a heat pump is out of reach for most people. Kwasi Kwarteng, the Energy Secretary, admitted in an interview that heat pumps didn't operate as well as gas boilers. Whether that's you want to take an argument up with him or not, that's entirely up to you. But that's what he said. And the Chief Executive of the Climate Change Committee, Chris Stark, was on the record as saying that heat pumps are not yet ready for the mass market. Probably explains why he still uses his gas boiler in his own flat. But these have also, as a department, undertaken some work as to what's the barrier to uptake of heat pumps as an option. And they're in front of you there. People don't know about them. There's the cost, as has been said. There's possibly some reinforcement work needed on the electricity system in the home. They take a lot longer to install. Larger radiators, changes to pipework, I've mentioned that already. The noise issue under planning rules, you've got to have a certain degree of noise protection from your neighbours, space constraints, and the list goes on. So you can see that BEIS have identified there's an issue here with one of the options being considered. We asked the public what they thought about decarbonising homes, because it's got to happen. So let's look at what they think. The good news is that 82% believe tackling climate change was important. So that's a good starting point for those who were trying, like me, trying to get to net zero. They were aware of plans to, as they saw it, ban the sale of gas and oil boilers. So again, they're following the news with what's going on. But as you can see, over half were, said they couldn't afford to pay anything. 26% were prepared to pay something, and that was mostly the same cost as they would do if they had to replace a boiler. Only 6% were prepared to pay the full cost. People didn't want to do without heat and hot water, not surprisingly, for a number of days. There's confirmation about the loss of hot water cylinders. 55% confirmed that they had indeed removed their cylinder. 73% said it was important to keep a gas connection, and 72% said they liked the idea of a low carbon gas boiler. Now that is in line with the thinking of the Citizens Assembly, which found that, I think it was 81% said that they quite like the idea of hydrogen boilers in homes. So where we think the journey is going to go, and these are really boring pictures, I'm afraid, they're boilers. We want it to be boring. We don't want consumers' life upended. We don't want them to face massive disruption. But we see a transition from mains gas methane boilers on the one side of the slide. The next stage we envisage government will undertake is hydrogen blending, which is where they put 20% hydrogen into the gas mix. The boilers are tested to accommodate that level anyway, so your boiler, will just operate as per, and no one will really notice, but you will have started to make some reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, in carbon emissions. The scale, because we're talking about operating at something like 23 million homes, although you only make a 6% carbon saving per home, overall, the number is huge. It's the equivalent of taking 2.5 million cars off the road, the carbon savings, or switching 3 million boilers to heat pumps. So it's a big scale. The next journey in the transition, we think, will be hydrogen-ready boilers. The government have indicated that this is coming along. They plan to consult on this. The industry have defined what is meant by a hydrogen-ready boiler. And in short, it'll be a boiler that burns on methane, but at the point when the network is in a position to switch to 100% hydrogen, an engineer will come along, take a couple of parts out of the boiler, put 2 new parts in to replace it, and away it goes with the capability of burning hydrogen perfectly safely. That's what the government asked the industry to develop. The industry has developed it. It has got the health and safety executive approval of it. The testing has all been completed. It's now just waiting for government to send the signal to the industry. Ultimately, down the line, there'll be H2 boilers, that is to say, boilers that are built just to run on hydrogen. We're talking 10, 20 years plus down the line, but inevitably that's what will happen. And I don't want to forget at the end, boilers that will be running on biomethane, biogas, bio-oil. They're going to be part of the mix too. It's a bit of a run through, Andrew. I hope I've left enough time for questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, I think you can safely say there is plenty of time for questions, which is a good thing because there are plenty of questions. Not surprisingly, Michael, you've set a few hairs racing. I think we'll keep the soundbite. We want it to be boring is a useful one for our industry. But I guess the first, let's tackle the elephant in the room, which is a multi-billion-pound elephant, I guess, and that is, isn't hydrogen just a pipe dream? Is this everyone's paying lip service to something that hasn't happened yet? So I'm sure you're well versed in defending this argument, but I'll put it to you right at the top. Is it just a pipe dream, Mike?
No, it's a good question to ask because it's it's the new kid on the block, frankly. And it has been forced upon not just the UK but the world because of the desire to achieve net zero. And if it was a pipe dream and it's never going to happen, and people are wasting their time, etc., you would not be seeing global strategies being developed. The EU have got them. Joe Biden, the president of the United States, is looking at them. They're doing them in Australia. You name it, India's looking at them, China's looking at them. They're all realizing that hydrogen is actually the future fuel. Now, how it's used, that's another area of debate, Andrew, to be perfectly honest. And there's a good debate to be had. How do we best use the hydrogen that's being produced? But anybody that thinks hydrogen is not going to play a part, frankly, they've missed a trick. It is going to be there. It's just a matter of how big it is. And when people are talking, global players are talking not just in the billions of investment, but the trillions of pounds worth of investment. I can't imagine what £1 million looks like, let alone a billion or a trillion. But I know it's an awful lot of money. And people would not be putting that money into hydrogen if they didn't think there was a long-term future for it, because we've got to have that net zero energy vector available. And the alternatives, they've all got their merits, of course they have. But if we were to rely solely on solar and wind, we can't control the seasons. We can't control the weather. And if we just relied upon those two, hey, look, we're going to go cold and we'll have no power, because we're not going to fill our country with just nuclear, because of the variability at which we use our energy, as that earlier slide showed. So hydrogen has got the flexibility of gas, all the benefits of that, of what we are used to with natural gas, but without the carbon. I mean, what's not to like?
What's not to like? Now, early on in this summit, I should say, forgive me for my eyes darting from one side to another. I don't have cross eyes. What it is I don't have good enough eyesight to see your questions coming in on my little laptop. So I've got another monitor here, so I'll be doing this. So I think one of the things that we should get into, the reason we're having a summit like this, a lot of this discussion about heating buildings, necessarily because we haven't seen a strategy document yet, is a bit highfalutin, a bit policy, and there is a worry in the industry that it all becomes a bit of a theoretical policy discussion and doesn't focus on the practical. So the summit itself, we're trying to focus a bit on the practical, but we also have quite a few sort of practical questions, and one of them is just to talk about electricity and the decarbonisation of the grid. This is an important part, but also, is the grid going to be have enough capacity to cope with all the things that we're expecting? And that includes hydrogen. So we can't just say, oh, electricity equals heat pumps, hydrogen doesn't. So what's the answer to I mean, particularly with all these energy I'll throw all these in a minute. Energy companies going bust. Everyone's worrying about that as well. Can the infrastructure cope with what we're proposing for decarbonisation?
The current level of infrastructure, no, absolutely. And this is my biggest gripe with my former colleagues in politics, is that they have not been entirely honest with the public about what change has to be made and how much it's going to cost and how much they're going to have to pay and how they're going to pay it. Because when the previous Chancellor, Philip Hammond, when he left his job, he dropped a note out to say, this net zero stuff's going to cost the UK £1 trillion. And people, poo-poo, and the cost of not doing anything is more. And I absolutely get it, and I agree. The cost of not doing anything will be more than £1 trillion. But that doesn't excuse politicians from not explaining exactly what's required for us to get to net zero. So if we look at the electricity network as an example, if we are going to take all that energy that is supplied from our petrol station forecourts and put it into electricity, then yes, we're going to have to upgrade our electricity network. If we then also say, well, let's move heat onto electricity as well, we have to then upgrade our network. So the electricity network is facing huge upheaval and basically becoming a more substantial network than it is now. And that's right from the very end of I think the string is the way in which they term those areas in sort of rural parts of the country where there's not a great deal of spare capacity currently. And if you put on a heat pump or you plug in your electric car, you might well have an impact upon what your neighbour's getting in terms of electricity. That's how difficult it is. It's a big job. Now, the gas network is not exempt that either. Andrew, we'll be honest about this. The gas networks, by a stroke of luck, frankly, have already started on the process of becoming hydrogen ready. Because of the safety aspect around replacement of iron mains, they've already been putting yellow plastic pipe in the ground instead of relying upon the metal. So they have made their network already 60-odd% hydrogen ready. There's still some to do, and the Energy Networks Association, I think, put a figure out this week to say for the remainder of the gas network to become hydrogen ready, it's about 50 billion. Now, 50 billion is just a drop in the ocean compared to the £1 trillion bill that Philip Hammond was talking about. But let's not pretend for 1 minute this is going to be easy or this is going to be cheap. And we have to have that conversation with the public, because my biggest fear, Andrew, frankly, is that if suddenly people are faced with a bill that is uncomfortable, let's say you're in a solid wall home and you're told you can no longer have your oil boiler, if we pick an off-grid scenario, and you've got to have either a hybrid or a heat pump, but you've got to have the right glazing solution, you've got to have external wall insulation, etc., etc. And you're suddenly faced with a £20,000-30,000 bill. You're not going to be happy, and you're going to vent your anger towards net zero. And I'll go back to that first slide. That's the last thing I want. I want to see us get to net zero, but I absolutely recognise we have to do it with the consumer front and centre of our consideration. Okay,
yeah. Thanks, Mike. I'm going to cut you a little bit short because I'm trying to get about 19 questions into one.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. It's all right. It's fine. There's a lot to talk about. I was smiling a minute ago because there's a definite theme, and that theme is why are we bothering using hydrogen for domestic? Trying to look at using hydrogen for domestic heat. Wouldn't we be better using it for the high intensity areas, industry, transport, etc., and not spending the extra money piping into homes? But I guess you're going to say, well, I've just told you we're nearly piping it. We've got the pipes nearly ready. That argument about why is it, too expensive an endeavour for domestic?
Look, it's not too expensive an endeavour at all. In fact, some of the pricing that has been calculated for the unit cost of hydrogen is actually lower than what people are paying currently in the current price spike. But go back to that slide, those graphs, heat demand against electricity demand. Andrew, anybody who says to me always, it's just an expensive way of doing it, you tell me how you're going to provide enough electricity to keep people warm on those peak cold days in January and December. Tell me how you're going to afford all that electricity, because you can't. Let's not pretend we're going to. So we have to find an alternative that gives us the flexibility to do so.
I'm going to throw over to a questioner who's kind of summarised what I would have said. So I'm going to do this for them. So thank you to Mr. Price. Is it heat pumps? Is it hydrogen? Is it a mixture? What's, from your point of view, what is that proportion? I mean, you've been very big on hydrogen to start this off, but you've also acknowledged heat pumps are part of the answer. And as we'll find out later, district heating very much part of the answer. Do you see it as a even three-way split, or what's the feeling on that?
I don't see it as an even three-way split. Look, heat networks have got a big role to play particularly around communal buildings, blocks of flats, etc. They lend themselves totally to heat pumps, to heat networks, and that should be the way they go. For heat pumps, if you build your property to a spec that easily uses the heat pump, built with a heat pump in mind, they're great. They're a fantastic technology, and we should be applauding their rollout in their areas. The difficulty is in the retrofit. That's the challenge. That's when you incur all the other costs. So, if we went from a situation where, let's say, 85% of homes are currently on the gas grid, where do I think they'll be on the hydrogen grid? My guess is probably about 70%, but that's just a ballpark figure.
Okay.
And those off the gas grid, they aren't necessarily going to go solely heat pump either. They might have a hybrid solution, because hybrids have got a key role to play. That combination of a boiler and a heat pump working in tandem. So they have a role to play as well. So no one technology will dominate in the sense of being this is how we're going to do it. But the closest we have to a dominant vector will be hydrogen, in my opinion.
Okay, good. We're coming to the last 3 or 4 minutes. I've got a whole raft of questions I'm going to try and squeeze in. It does divide roughly into people saying hydrogen, don't make me laugh, it's more expensive than you say, and it's more expensive and more difficult than you say. So that's first thing. Another raft of people are saying, we need to be more realistic about the fact that heat pumps can be put into many properties. Somebody particularly pointing out that your comment about terrace houses has been disproved by heat pumps in social housing and terrace houses. So what do you think to that? While I'm scrolling through the rest of them.
Look, it's technically possible, of course, to put a heat pump into a terraced house and with a solar. Of course, things are technically possible. Is it the most efficient output for a heat pump? If you don't have all the thermal insulation, of course not. And that's the consideration that you have to take into account. So it's looking on balance at the overall picture, and that's what I hope that presentation tried to do was jump between where the highfalutin, where the politicians are, and the down to earth. When you go into a building, this is what you're faced with: no cylinder, radiators that can't deliver low temperature heat, and by and large, they got micro bore, and by the way, they might not have the right insulation as well. That's what I guess the participants on this call are all dealing with on a day-to-day basis. But I just wanted to give that perspective of, hey, look, this is the national figure. And if you think hydrogen is expensive, hey, look, try putting solid wall on. See how you got on with that. And then your heat pump as well. And tell me which is going to be the cheapest way to do it. Because if you look at what the Americans have said that they want to do in terms of the cost of green hydrogen, this is generated from renewable electricity. They're talking of pennies, 2 or 3p a kilowatt. So it's well within the realms of what we currently pay.
Brilliant. Right, so you've got 1 minute left. So what I'm going to give you now is your chance to summarize your entire thought process in that 1 minute. But I want you to focus on the practicalities. We want to know what we're telling the industry now, what we're telling the contractors and the people who are running the businesses, how to prepare. What would be your advice over the next couple of years, and then maybe a bit longer out?
Firstly, follow the developments closely, because it's an exciting and a busy period. So keep an eye on the news and keep an eye reading magazines like yours, because you'll be carrying the stories that are important to contractors and installers. Have your say. Don't just let things happen to you. Make a contribution. If you're not happy about something, email your MP. Let them know what the practical problems are, because that's the only way they get to hear. Because I can tell you now, there's probably a dozen MPs in the House of Commons who fully understand what's coming down the line. The rest are totally oblivious to it. Share your experience with them. Get them to come and do a day's.
That's pretty good, a dozen though, isn't it?
Sorry?
A dozen is pretty good for understanding. And
that means that 638 don't. So invite them to spend a day with you, because they'll do it because there's they think there's votes in it, and they might learn something, and that can't be a bad thing, Andrew.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. You've set the hairs racing, which is what we've asked you to do. The questions are lighting up. We'll try and get through some more of those as the debate goes on. But thanks very much to you, Mike, and we'll move over to the next session. So we'll watch as Mike fades away into the darkness. And then let me welcome our next session. So arguably, district heating is not something that has been dealt with as much in the trade press as the heat pumps and hydrogen discussion. It's a very important part, arguably the most important part, or increasingly important part as time goes on, for dealing with larger scale applications. So here to tell us all about it are our partners from GemServe, and chairing that session and to introduce colleagues himself is Ilias. I always pronounce your name wrong, so you better do it. So I'm going to say Vasaios.
Vasaios. There are many versions of my name, Andrew. I listen to all these versions. I'm not.
We could have a discussion about pronunciation of surnames.
We could have a separate session on pronunciation of Greek surnames.
But let you carry on and introduce your team.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and the H&V team for organizing this the great event, which GemServe is very happy to support. My name is Ilias Vasaios. I'm head of low carbon at GemServe, and I will be facilitating today's discussion on heat networks. I used to be, my personal background, I used to be a partner at a company called Acuity Consulting, which was acquired by GemServe in January this year. So together, Acuity and GemServe have set up a low carbon business unit within, as part of GemServe, which I'm heading. We're very ambitious about our GEMS's work on low carbon. We're offering policy and strategy advice across several sectors. So we are technology agnostic, covering from electrification, hydrogen, biofuels, of course, heat networks, as well as all sorts of heating efficiency methods. Personally, I'm very passionate about heat policy. I've been involved in the debate for over 10 years. I'm vested to it being a success, and so it's great to see that it's now at the heart of the decarbonization debate. GEMSERV is also very involved in the heat networks debate. We have been part of the Triple Point Consortium, which have delivered the heat networks investment project and beyond through other types of sort of strategy and technical work as well. So I think, as you rightly said, as we're expecting the heat strategy, which hopefully we'll see before COP26, heat networks is a very important topic that gets less coverage as other aspects of the heat decarbonization and the heat transition debate. For instance, hydrogen against electrification. But it is very important to get right. So heating is responsible for over the third of emissions. We have seen very little progress over the past 10 years. There's a strong need to accelerate this this progress, and heat networks are absolutely key. And we need to sort of go way further. So we currently have 500,000 consumers on heat networks. The objective is to get to 5 million consumers by 2050. So that's no mean feat, and many things, including policy and investment, need to come into place to sort of achieve this. Additionally, these heat networks need to be low carbon, which is again an immense challenge. So we need to accelerate the deployment of heat networks and to accelerate the deployment of low carbon heat networks. So huge challenge. We have two panelists that will join me now, who will discuss this sort of what is needed to achieve these aims to deploy heat networks in the UK. One is Ian Calvert, Director of the Association of Decentralized Energy. And the other panelist is Sam Crichton, who is Head of Policy Insights and Engagement at GEMSERV, who is also representing the Triple Point Consortium. And we'll kick off this session by giving us a quick presentation on the state of play for heat networks in the UK and sort of the state of policy moving forwards to achieve our objectives. So over to you, Sam, and then we'll move forward with the questions as well as take questions from our audience.
Apologies, trying to find the mute button. Hopefully everyone can see my slides. So hello everyone, I'm Sam Shea. I work with Ilias at GEMSERV, as he mentioned. A really key part of my role is engaging with the heat network industry via the Heat Networks Investment Project and working with Bayers. Today I've been asked to provide a bit of an overview of the policy landscape in relation to heat networks. There's quite a lot going on in this space, so I'll try to be brief so that we can get into the discussion. So first of all, I wanted to remind ourselves of why we're talking about heat networks at all. This event's particularly well timed given the imminent publication of the heat and building strategy. I feel like it's been imminent for quite a while, but I'm feeling confident that we're going to see it fairly soon. And also with COP in a couple of weeks. We know that to meet our net zero ambition, we must significantly decarbonise heat. And the Committee on Climate Change and the government both see heat networks playing a really important part of achieving this. You can see from the graph on the right-hand side of the screen, the light blue bar and the mauve one at the bottom, both reflecting the contribution that heat networks will play. So quite a substantial part of that journey. In fact, as Ilyas said, it's estimated the number of buildings heated by heat networks expected to increase from about 2 or 3% today to about 18% in 2050. And this is not an easy task. Heat networks have long build out rates. They're quite complex projects to pull together, and they involve multiple stakeholders across the supply chain, multiple users and off-takers. So to ensure that this target is met, we really need to see progress in the 2020s. We can't wait any longer because of the complexity and because of the short timescales that we have in order to deliver a low carbon heating systems for homes and buildings. What's really, really great to see is a growing pipeline of projects coming forward. The pipeline's substantially increased since we launched HNIP back in 2018 with BEIS. We're seeing a range of different projects coming forward all the time with innovative low carbon solutions using a range of different technologies and ownership as well. The pipeline's currently at around 1.4 million, and you can see from the graph on screen the breakdown that BEIS uses to quantify this. So the government's doing a lot to support the market growth needed to deliver this significant step change in heat networks in the UK. There's a need for increased consumer protection and regulation to support growth. We've recently seen a consultation published on heat network zoning, which is likely to have quite a transformational impact on the sector. There's work to develop a skills base to design, develop, operate, and maintain the heat networks that are being developed. And we've seen some really great industry initiatives actually in this space through apprenticeships and training courses being launched over the last year. So it's quite an exciting time to be getting into this space. We have also seen a new scheme that BEIS is launching, the Heat Networks Efficiency Scheme, launching this month. And to replace HNIP, the scheme that I currently work on, BEIS is launching the Green Heat Network Fund, which will start next year. It's important to highlight here, I've sort of indicated it on the right-hand side of the screen, but all of these work streams, all of these activities really require engagement with industry and input from industry and working alongside public sector organisations, including local authorities and private sector companies that will help deliver these schemes. So it's really about working together to deliver the growth that we need. So I just wanted to give a little bit of an overview of HNIP and our story so far. So HNIP aimed to provide up to £320 million of capital support for the commercialisation and construction of heat networks. We've just closed our final funding round and we'll shortly be announcing funding awards to some really exciting projects. So I'm looking forward to being able to tell you a bit more about those once we're able to. We've awarded around 250 million to date to projects right across England and Wales. So you can see on screen the map that shows the spread of projects. So yeah, looking forward to seeing those develop over the next couple of years and being able to visit some of the sites as construction commences. Over the last year, we've also launched the BEIS Heat Investment Vehicle, known as Beehive. This allows public sector organisations in England and Wales to procure funding for their heat network projects from a range of different funding providers and investors. So if you'd like to know a little bit more about that, do get in touch, or you can find out a bit more on the tp-heatnetworks.org website. The Green Heat Networks Fund, as I said, follows on from HNIP. The fund itself will provide capital support to heat networks in England. And the aim of the scheme is to incentivise the transition to low carbon heat within existing and new heat networks. We know, as I mentioned before, it can take quite a long time for projects to commercialise, and to support these schemes and help the new ones be ready to apply for construction funding next year, BEIS has actually launched a transition scheme this summer to offer commercialisation funding to sort of bridge that gap between HNIP finishing and GHNF starting next year. So again, if you'd like to know a bit more information about that, please do reach out to the BEIS team. The Heat Network Efficiency Scheme is a much smaller programme, however, equally important. It's looking to improve the performance of existing schemes, and eligible costs are likely to include plant room upgrades, controls, and metering to deliver carbon savings and lower costs, operational costs for these networks. So this scheme is launching this month. So do look out for more information about that. And finally, I mentioned it earlier on, but the BEIS has just recently launched their consultation on heat network zoning. I imagine quite a few people on the call have been involved in some of the early discussions around proposals for the zoning work. I urge everyone listening in today to have a look at the consultation and engage with it. It's open for responses at the moment, and BEIS are really keen to get your views. A very quick overview. So by 2025, BEIS are looking to introduce zoning to drive market growth, looking to engage with local authorities and industry to see whether this is actually whether it's feasible, whether the proposals that they have introduced will work in practice. So do please engage with it. So that's everything from me. I'll hand back to Ilias.
Thank you very much, Sam. That's been a very interesting and very useful overview of the state of play on heat networks, and extremely encouraging to see so much policy activity in this area. So I'd like now to invite Ian Culvert, Director of the Association of Decentralized Energy, to join us on the panel. Hi, Ian. Great to have you. So I suppose we've heard Sam and seen her presentation. There's kind of a lot of policy activity around heat networks, a lot of government support, but the challenge seems significant. So from 500,000 to 5 million customers by 2050, up to 16 billion of capital investment this decade is required to be on track to achieve this objective. Is this possible? And what is the biggest challenge to achieving this?
Hi, Ilias. Can I just introduce myself quickly first?
Of course.
And just a mini plug. It won't be. I haven't got any slides, but a great presentation from Samantha there. Yeah. So my name is Ian Culvert. I'm the head of the Association of Decentralized Energy. So just 30 seconds on us, because I was getting a warm glow as Samantha went through the history there. I mean, because where we come from is we were originally the District Heating Association in 1967. We've got a couple of iterations ago, so we've been on this for a long time, and with the industry drive behind HNIP, and that was a tough win, and an austerity budget from George Osborne. We got that, so we were talking about spending 320 million, and listening to the previous thing, it's really good that work was done then, because some of the people have been talking about the timing challenges. You said it's a long build out. Can we do it in time? I'm working around to answering your question, Ilias. Can we do it in time? But because we've been investing, government's been investing in these pilot schemes, HNIP, GNHF, and these new ones that you're talking about, we've got stuff on the ground and we're learning lessons. And one of the things we'll talk about, and one of the challenges is skills and jobs. We'll come to that. And I know your people on this call, HV readers will be interested in how we're going to do that. But we've already started. Can we do it? Yes. We were also, again, plugging ourselves up. I won't do it too much, but can't help it. We were also wrote a paper on zoning 2 years ago, which government has embraced. We think it's absolutely key to delivery. We're not got to crack on with it, because 2025, your question was about 2025. That's quite soon in heat networks land. We can do, and we will do the order of magnitude increase by 2050. But there's quite a lot of work to be done before 2025. Do you want me to say what I think the challenges are?
Yes, please.
I'll pick one or two. Obviously, we've got cost. A lot, householders. Historically, we've gone for the lowest cost solution as the natural thing to do. Fossil fuel sources still more economic than low carbon ones, just generally. That's obvious. I'm sure you've talked about that a lot. More detailed planning, building regs are a challenge. We do a lot of work on them. Part of the answer, a high level approach, is around zoning and an area-based approach, the right solutions in the right places. I'm sure you've already been talking about. There's so many, that's one of our watchwords is the right technology in the right place, because there is not one size fits all for an off-gas grid house to a tower block, and we know that. Heat networks are an important part for the high density part, but they're not going to be. We're not espousing them for 100% for everything, but yeah, that's why we need zoning. We need an area-based approach. I'd also say another challenge is tapping into low carbon heat sources. They're all over the place. It's one of the things that the Green Heat Network Fund is trying to do, as distinct from the previous iteration, HNIP, is to unlock those things, whether they're waste to energy or mine water or aquifers or whatever they are, tapping into them. But it's hard. It was so easy. We've had it so easy just to tap with this national gas network for the last 50 years. And that is harder. And finally, I'd say risk. Developers see the risk profile of building a heat network to be it's higher than just tapping into a pre-existing gas network. And part of that is the risk you have of uptake. You build them and they will come. Yeah, really? You can prove it to your banker. And again, getting a zoning approach, you probably know, I'd say that by now, a local area-based zoning approach to take away some of that risk is something I think is really important. But if we do all that, and we do it now, and in time, we can hit things for 2025. Yes. But sorry.
So you mentioned that's really useful. So you mentioned cost being an issue. You mentioned dealing with risk being an issue, tapping into low carbon heat sources. I mean, of course, we had HNIP, which is now sort of about to expire. We have two new schemes that offer grants and loans, the Green Heat Networks Fund and the Heat Network Efficiency Scheme. These are, of course, finite time-wise. Are these schemes enough? And should the government be going further in terms of longer-term certainty, policy-wise, for the industry? This is a question for both, actually, but I'll start with you, Ian.
Okay, I've almost started on the answer to that. A lot more needs to be done, and government wants, they know that. No one wants these are schemes to leverage. Samantha talked about getting £1 billion off 300 million. They're leveraging it, but in future, you want the market to deliver this. The government wants to deliver it, and we need to create the framework, like with all aspects of the energy market. You need to create the framework such that the market delivers. That's the politics of it. And there is a lot more than just having grant schemes, or they help with demonstrators. They've helped flush out some of the questions. We've got a lot of learnings from them. We continue to get learnings, and that is powerful. When faced with challenges, people say, "Well, I can't see any hydrogen," but we can see a heat network, and that's because we've been doing this work. And shout out, there is 500,000 people on it anyway, and we learn a lot from international, particularly informing zoning, international comparators in Northern Europe. There's a lot of, we take people out there on visits all the time, MPs even, maybe some of the 12 that I got a shout out earlier. But yeah, so we do need more. One word I'll leave with you is zoning. The things that come in under zoning that will help then deliver anchor loads, through INC, industrial and commercial, sorry, people maybe being mandated to connect. That's a big ask when we're talking about consent and getting people. But when those loads are there and the heat networks start going in, we have seen and we know from what happens in existing networks and in Northern Europe, when your low carbon heat network is running past your new home building estate or your existing houses that need to retrofit, then it makes it possible and easy and attractive to people. But we've got to make that happen under zone. Sorry.
You use of major and zoning, which I think is a huge issue, as well as learnings. So I suppose a question for Sam. Sam, you've been involved in the delivery of HNIP. You've been exposed to sort of the delivery of the scheme, the challenges and successes. What have been some of the key learnings in sort of delivering the scheme that could be applied forwards?
I think for me, one of the key ones, and I think I mentioned it earlier, is the length of time it takes to develop these schemes and build them out. And as Ian mentioned, the reliance on key anchor loads to build out the networks themselves. We've had some of our schemes take a little bit longer to come forward than we'd originally anticipated. Now, COVID's had impact on that as well. But I think that the length of time can't be underestimated. You've got a lot of stakeholders you've got to engage with. But some of our projects that we funded have had some really, really great approaches to engaging consumers and off-takers. We saw a great project in Cambridgeshire, for example, where the community were involved right from the very beginning all the way through. And I think that's really, really important if we want people to buy into these networks and understand how they operate, how they work, because it is very different to having your boiler in your home. The heat is there. You don't have to worry about the boiler breaking, but there are other concerns. So I think bringing consumers along on the journey is really, really important.
Yes, I mean, I suppose I think the consumer angle is really important. So I'll turn to sort of by 2050, approximately 20% of the total building stock needs to receive heat from heat networks. This is huge because the numbers at the moment are sort of very low. So about 20% of consumers need to be connected to a heat network. That's a big challenge for the UK. How can we carry sort of consumers along the journey? And are there any examples in other markets where heat networks are more developed than the UK? I suppose a question for you, Ian, to start with.
Thanks. That is a big challenge, and it's made worse, I think, because although it's slightly historical, but some of the heat networks that are extant in this country are quite old tech and quite small, and not the Scandinavian type sophisticated heat networks we, the government, the industry, envisage for the future. And so that tail of less good heat networks that need refurbishing improvement does create a challenge for the industry when you're looking at getting the right messages out there. However, good modern new heat networks that you can take people round. Again, I say at least we've got some going in and on the ground. You might even have been to some yourself, and we need to focus on that more and more, and obviously just build out the good stories, because as Samantha said, they are a really attractive thing. When I lived on one just before lockdown, right? But you have a heat interface unit, which probably owned and serviced by the provider, does vary. And that means from a consumer perspective, if it's all working, it's all modern, you've to some extent outsourced the whole problem that people are starting to realize about there's a change coming that I'm talking to the converted. You audience have turned up on a low carbon bit of heating and ventilation. You know, you're probably the people. There's going to be change coming. Homeowners are like that as well, and they're starting to realise: do I want to buy a house with a gas boiler? Will I put in a stranded asset? You know, these questions. The answer to that might sometimes be yes. But if you put in a heat network with a heat interface unit, that decarbonisation challenge is taken away from you, as it is with power. You as a user, your electricity is being decarbonised by, you know, all the big generators and suppliers out there, and that's being done. A heat network allows a bit of that to happen for heat users, and I think that's quite attractive. So when people start to worry, heat networks is an antidote, because they permit different fuel sources and the migration of fuel sources without the interaction with the homeowner themselves sometimes. So you get, you know, we can transfer from a biomass plant to a heat pump backed up by gas boilers with it, and so on and so forth. And as a further shout, while I'm being enthusiastic about them, which I think is my job here, energy storage. A lot of people have taken out, or never had now, cylinders. And people were talking about, I caught the end of, you know, people talking about storing hydrogen and stuff, and how, which is fine. The cheap way of storing energy for hot water is in the form of hot water. That's difficult now with these cylinders out and then new housing. But when you put in a heat network, all the best heat networks have very large thermal stores on them. Yeah, and that permits a tremendous amount of flexibility in terms of when you use, for example, electrical power, because people talk about peak loads and cold days and stuff. You can smooth it all out with these massive thermal stores, and they're a really good thing and a tremendous part of the solution, and really cost effective in the future scenarios. So again, that's an attractive thing. You've lost your cylinder, you're not going to get them back in. You've probably got your clothes hanging in there or something now, if you like. But in future, we can and need heat storage. We need to decouple the intermittent renewables from the demand. And one of the best ways of doing it for heat at low temperature is thermal stores and heat networks. Sorry, a bit of a plug there.
Well, that's very useful. I mean, I suppose give the opportunity to Sam to comment on this as well. Sam, you had the very niche experience of trying to communicate heat networks to a very wide audience over the past 3-4 years under the Heat Networks Investment Project. Are there any sort of lessons you draw upon this experience in terms of how can you actually communicate heat networks and enthuse people about them?
So I think the first thing to note is that when I first started, it was very much, what is a heat network? How does it operate? What does it mean for an end user? And I feel now that the narrative has changed, particularly within the energy space and also within the investor market as well. People understand the concept of heat networks a lot better. We've moved on quite a lot in the last 2 or 3 years. I think one thing that I've really enjoyed is seeing the way in which our projects are engaging with consumers. So I don't know if any of you have seen the Manchester Civic Quarter scheme and the Tower of Light there. They've really made a feature of the energy centre. It's now part of the skyline, and all of the citizens throughout Manchester are going to be looking up and going, what is that? What has that got to do with my heating? How do I get involved? And I really think we shouldn't shy away from the fact that we're building these networks. We need to showcase them. There's some really great signage in Leeds along one of the paths that the network will be travelling along. And I think we just need to be showcasing that they are there and that we are offering these solutions to consumers. A lot of the time you're heating something that you don't think about, it just turns on. So I do think seeing the way the projects are interacting and highlighting that these networks are about, it's been really, really great.
Great, thanks, Sam. That sounds very optimistic, which is great. What I want to hear. So, I suppose think back to you, Ian. There's a huge debate around increasing energy prices that has captured the political agenda of the past couple of weeks. Can actually increasing energy prices be help with the transition to low carbon heat and heat networks in particular? Can this actually be a positive thing for heat networks and aid the deployment?
I'll say that quickly. No one likes, including our members, no one likes spiky energy prices, and it's bad for consumers. It's bad for business and industry. People like, if you want price signals, they need to be more long-term bankable. So I just say, in the context of the price spikes at the moment being a bad thing, I just checked the gas price actually for the year ahead gas price for next winter is 111 pence a therm this morning. And people are buying that gas now as part of their hedge positions for the people that supply you next winter. And so next spring and summer, this is not just a spike, that's what I'm saying. This is building, there will be higher prices next year, which no one really likes. But we're also aware of the need to, as I said, pricing fossil fuels cheap. We need signals to people to do the right thing, and a rebalancing of gas and electricity costs that people face in terms of carbon pricing at a domestic level is perhaps something that's needed, and government is thinking about that. It might be in next week's heat and building strategy, I don't know. They certainly might look at it. So yeah, it's not a good thing. Spikes just caused angst, but next year there will be an increasing. Maybe the good thing will be it'll be going up the agenda, and people will realise that that it's a question. There are other alternatives, which include heat networks.
And I think we had seen a transition in the types of heat networks that are coming forward. So a few years ago, predominantly gas CHP. We're now seeing predominantly heat pump and energy from waste coming through. So we are seeing that transition to lower carbon solutions on the heat networks being proposed, and I guess consumers are also looking at alternative options. I heard that the search rate for heat pumps as an alternative solution in the home have increased quite substantially over the last few weeks. So it's quite interesting to see that it's starting to resonate.
You mentioned gas CHP, a quick shout out for that. I did the same. We looked at the same. We're looking at what's coming through and what's being built. There's still quite a lot of gas CHP going in, and someone, I shouldn't quote this, someone at our conference a week ago described gas CHP as the gateway drug for heat networks. He meant it in a good way, and that is important. There's still, gas. If you're going to burn gas, putting it in CHP is the best thing you can do with it, and it hedges you because you've got some of it. You've got the power output as well, so they're in the money at the moment, and that if that's helping deliver heat networks, that's absolutely what's needed. And then, as I said earlier, the developers and operators will transition that to low carbon as the future regulations evolve.
Yeah. I guess linking back to the previous session, hydrogen as an alternative to sort of phase into those schemes is really interesting as well.
So my role here was to come in and get involved in the debate from the audience point of view, but I feel bad because you're having such a good debate without me. I don't know where I'm supposed to cut in, but here I am. I will take the cue. So thanks, Elias, for bringing us this far, and to Ian and Sam. There's a couple of questions, specific questions coming from the audience, and then I want to address the one big thing, which is how do we get involved as an audience. So taking your cue actually about the rise of heat pumps and the slight sort of fading into the background of CHP, someone's asking whether they've picked up the sort of the debate from the we use it with big capital letters, the Green Lobby, that amorphous gang, have been saying that CHP is now bad and everything should be heat pumps. And what's your for district heat? What's your view on that? So Ian, you're saying all technology is good technology at the moment, I guess.
I'd go a little bit further than that. I did say quite, but thanks, Andrew. It did say quite explicitly, CHP is the best thing you can do with burning gas to make heat. Yeah. I would say that, as you know, we are the trade association for, you know, that promotes combined heat and power, and it is absolutely. I mean, 20% of CHP is already renewably fired as well, so bear that in mind. It is an energy efficiency technology, and will continue to be so. People are realizing now, at an industrial level, I must say, with high temperature heat, if you look at the hydrogen projects that are being selected in the north, they've all discovered that whether it's SR at Stanlow or HyNet or Vitol, they've all discovered that they should be using CHP for their hydrogen. But yeah, CHP is still part of this, and it's key to making. Whether it's waste fired, biomass fired, or gas fired is still key. It's a technology that is enabled by heat networks. That's why we treat them together. You can't do a waste fired boiler in your domestic house. You can't. It's difficult to have clean biomass in a built up area in a domestic house. That will trigger a comment from the stoves industry there. But
it's already there. Why are we talking about wood burning?
Yeah, if you're doing wood burning in the centre of London, it's probably better to do it in a heat network context with proper abatement in a very large energy centre. I say very large, you know, larger than domestic. Sorry.
The mayor has banned it in certain, or is proposing to ban it in certain domestic sectors, or wants to. We won't go down that line at the moment. Let's keep to district heat and the heat networks. Are we taking the term district heat completely out of the picture? Do we talk about heat networks now? Because I think this is what I want to move into. One of the issues, I think, and I suspect that some people in our what we call our core audience, who are contractors and that kind of thing, will be going, that's not for me, too big. But there are a lot of opportunities, are there not, in the increasing capacity for heat networks and increasing enthusiasm for them. And as you say, heat storage is another really interesting area, which is really only just starting to be exploited. How can contractors and technology providers get involved? I mean, is there a way, or joining your association, of course, is one good start?
Yes, absolutely. We do have a lot of contractors, but some of them tend to be quite specialist because. You know, shout out to, well, I won't name the companies, but as an industry goes to be an order of magnitude bigger, it's going to suck in. It needs people, like you say, to switch, big companies to switch, to start joining our members building energy centres. You know, we want all their businesses to grow, but as the market grows, it's got to pull in more people. So yeah, I would say get on the bus. Do come and speak to us, because it is a growth thing, and within that there are opportunities. You know, yes, there's complexity from a housing developer perspective, but we've got loads of members who want to build out, you know, big companies that are entering the UK market with their experience in continental Europe that know that there's billions of pounds going to be spent on this infrastructure. And they're ready to work with you to do it.
But I mean, I guess the reality is that you obviously there will be companies with the oversight doing the big work, but you're still putting in HIUs, you're still putting in pipe work, you're still installing. So, yeah, for want of a better phrase, the traditional installation is still going ahead, albeit with different technology.
Yeah, what that leads me to think about, which is key, sometimes often missed. Is the supply chain issues and people issues, the people and skills with this, the installer stuff. I mean, we've got a research arm called ACE Research that does work in this area. They've just done the heat network skills work for BAYS on this, and they're doing heating and cooling installer work now, which some of your readers might get tapped up to contribute to, because that's an ongoing live piece of work, trying to answer for the government and the industry. What the opportunity, what do people see on the ground about this?
Yeah.
And the third bit of work they're doing, which is super interesting, this answers an earlier point, is about attitudes to these heat networks, across the 6 pilot cities in the government's rolling out. What are the challenges? What do people really think about this? So we're doing lots of really good work right now on tackling those questions, and do get engaged with the researchers. GemServer involved in this as well. Do get involved with the researchers who will be talking to you about what you need.
I was going to shout back out to GemServer and say, because they have some very useful input. I don't know whether Elias or Sam wants to add into that. I've got about 3 more minutes, so let's so what would your advice be to people wanting to get involved, Elias?
Wanting to get involved in the sort of in the policy debate
sector. Well, so I guess slightly lower level than the policy debate, but actually at the hard end, what would?
Sure. I mean, I think it is on the hard end. It is very important to get engaged in the debate. I think it's a fact that heat networks are going to be sort of deployed. There are many applications of them. We're working with clients that have significant interest in the smaller scale heat networks as well, using from biofuels to sort of electrification as well. There's significant interest. I'd encourage people to get involved and educate themselves in terms of the policy that is available out there. There's quite a lot of innovation as well in terms of improving existing heat networks. There's a big challenge to achieve this. We've got substantial interest in the HNES communication by government. So there's quite a lot of opportunity, and I'd say in terms of the low carbon heat networks, I think that transition will be inevitable as well because of the change in the building regulations from 2025. So I don't think we'll be able to have non-low carbon heat networks from 2025 onwards as new build. And therefore it is important to engage with skills required to sort of deliver this as well. So there's a lot of opportunity out there for, across the sort of supply chain, but a very interesting changing environment for us as well.
There's a lot of exciting projects, aren't there? I mean, Elias, you and I were at the Energy Awards, at one of our sister awards, and we saw the Bunhill
It is very interesting you say that, Andrew,
yeah.
because I visited Bunhill yesterday, actually. I took some clients to see the heat network. Extremely interesting. It combines many different heat sources, waste heat.
Waste heat from the underground. That's the exciting headline for us, using all that hot air that's coming
from
out of the underground.
Absolutely, from the underground. So it's very exciting project. Shows the sort of potential that's out there. And the sort of Islington Council showed us around. They're extremely enthusiastic about the project, and they were also discussing how sort of interested they are in the sort of new policy and legislation coming out from government to go further in terms of the existing heat network and its capabilities.
So we're at the point now where I'm going to give you 30 seconds each to give your final advice to the listening audience. I mean, my clear takeaway from me is, get involved, to see whether you can get involved. There seems to be so many technology opportunities, if nothing else. Sam, do you want to go first?
I think I'd echo that. The networks are technology agnostic, regardless of your specialism. There's some way to get involved, and the scales really vary from linking up 2 buildings to linking up an entire city. So if you're not sure about the large scale schemes, have a look and see if there's opportunities on a smaller scale.
Brilliant. Ian?
You've set me up here, Andrew. I was going to do what our big ask for government is, but you've made it more focused at your.
You can do the big ask for government as well if you want.
Well,
I don't mind a double.
Yeah, okay, I might do, but you said it. I'm not normally this in your face, but do get involved with the ADE. You know, we're quite policy focused, but we've got all these. You know, we will tell you what's happening. And you can get ahead of the market then and have a view and know all this lingo and there's so much change happening. There's so many regulations moving, whether it's SAP or building regs or zoning coming. We cover all that and can help inform your business about, you know, what's going to happen with heat networks and how you can make money out of it and grow your workforce, grow your business, which is what it's all about. But tremendous opportunities. Maybe, Andrew, we should put some, you know, talk to you about some content and, you know, I'll get my journalists, external affairs.
There we go. You see, we're just sorting out a little bit of content as well as providing.
Sounds like there is a need for it, you know, because
there certainly is. And I think it's about the whole journey towards low carbon is about demystifying, but I think particularly heat networks is an area where we should be talking. So that's good. So I've got next month's magazine sorted out. So Ilyas, your final thoughts.
My final thoughts are sort of heat networks are happening. The market is going to scale. I think there's an extremely convincing framework in place from government to drive this market, and then the transition to low carbon heat is happening as well. The discussion is becoming way more mainstream. My 75-year-old neighbor asked me about heat pumps last week, which is telling. So you can't ignore it, and so everyone needs to understand how it impacts them and how they can sort of capitalize on this changing environment. And I suppose, Andrew, that makes your work even more important and interesting as well.
Oh, that's a great note to end on, bigging up us. That's good. Always good. That's how you get invited back, by saying things like that.
Absolutely.
So thanks very much. But let's move on to the next session, which is a very practical session. We're looking at a heat network in operation. So I'm delighted to welcome a whole range of stakeholders. And I'm going to welcome Steve Pagaraya first, if I can see him. And then the idea is that he's then going to introduce everybody else to the session. And as I sit here, I can see everybody but Steve, which doesn't worry me in the slightest, because what we can do is we can start talking to everybody else first. So welcome to this case study on the London Borough of Southwark, where London Borough of Southwark declared a climate emergency. So that is the context in which we've got the heat network set up. So am I welcoming one of you first to start speaking in Steve's absence? I see you all there in yes, now you're starting to appear in vision. So if all you gentlemen want to put your cameras on so I can see
Steve, if that's helpful.
See you
Andrew, if
there.
that's helpful.
Yeah, do you want to kick off then, Tom? And the floor is yours, and then I'll be back to join you for some questions and answers.
Sure, if you could put the first slide up then for me, that would be great. So hi everybody, I'm Tom Vosper. I work at Southwark Council. My role in this presentation is just to give you all a brief introduction to the project, and then others are going to talk in a little bit more detail from Vital Energy and from Honeywell about their roles in the project. But just first of all, about Southwark as a borough. We're one of the London boroughs. In the north of the borough, we've got City Hall, Ernst & Young, the Shard, so very sort of rich and well-to-do. By the time we get down to the middle of the borough, we're tower blocks, social housing, Peckham. And so we're a real range, a really diverse borough. We've got a lot of council homes. We've got 55,000 council homes with tower blocks galore. The council's given itself quite a hard challenge of being carbon neutral by 2030. It's a massive challenge. And my role in trying to deliver that is really focusing on the heat networks in the borough, of which we have a lot as well. So of our 55,000 council homes, about 17,000 of those are on a heat network of some variety run by the council. So our overarching strategy for decarbonising council homes and the heat networks in the borough in particular is threefold really. So first of all, thermal improvements, so insulation essentially. Secondly, expanding our cell chip heat network. I won't go into that too much, but cell chip is an energy from waste plant that we already take a lot of heat from and would like to take more from. But outside of that cell chip zone, we see heat pumps as being the future of our heat network decarbonisation. So currently most of our heat networks are run with gas boilers, but going forwards we want to install as many heat pumps as possible to reduce our gas consumption and get onto a low carbon heat. So if anybody has trouble sleeping and wants to hear more about our overarching heat network strategy, it's available on the council's website. Recently got signed off by our cabinet. Appendix 5 is particularly good at putting people to sleep, which talks about Southwark's geology and why it's good for open loop ground source heat pumps, such as the one that we're talking about today. So then in terms of, is it possible to go on to the next slide? Because it would fit with what I'm saying better. That's it.
Sure.
Thank you. So just move it. So I've covered there the context of Southwark and the climate emergency and heat networks, just to match up with those bullet points. Moving on to challenges, economics really is the big one. I mean, essentially, you know, we'd love to go out there and install heat pumps in all of our heat networks, but the nitty-gritty truth is that heat pumps cost a lot more than gas boilers. Electricity costs a lot more than gas. And therefore, we would be saying to our residents, right, we're going to charge you money to replace your heating system with something more expensive, and then we're going to increase your heating bills as well. And you can imagine how that kind of message is going to go down with residents. So it's a real challenge. What we've been able to do on this project is access the RHI, the Renewable Heat Incentive. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt that without the RHI, we would not be doing this project. Basically, it wouldn't stack up financially. It would have cost more to install, more to run, and it would have put everybody's heating bills up. So the RHI is a revenue payment stream. So you install your heat pump first, you get it working, and then the RHI pays you over 20 years some money. What we've had to do for the capital is take a low-cost loan from a combination of the EU and the GLA, using something called a MEF loan, Mayor's Energy Efficiency Fund loan. That's what the EU ERDF logo is doing there on the screen, just as a quick nod of thanks to the funding that came from them. So we've essentially taken a loan from MEF to pay for the capital cost of the project, and then we're registering the heat pumps with the RHI, and that will pay us money over the next 20 years, and we're using that money to pay back the loan over the same period of time, and then use the excess RHI, not used for loan repayment, to cover the additional running costs of the heat pumps, the additional maintenance and the additional electricity cost compared to the gas cost. So that's effectively how we've made the economics work on this particular project, but it's a challenge. And now that the RHI is no more, it's an ongoing challenge, and it's something that we're going to have to reinvent a new solution for the next project and the next project and so on, to fit with whatever government funding is available, most likely Green Heat Network Fund starting in April next year. Then moving on to resident engagement. Essentially, if you work on an estate with there's more than 2,000 residents that we're serving with these heat pumps, and you don't listen to them, then you're asking for trouble. So planning a project out on a spreadsheet and an AutoCAD is fine, but actually getting the residents involved in this project from early on has been really critical, and we've continued to have resident meetings all the way through. So I can't say too much more about it just because of time, but happy to take any questions on it. And then my final point is temperatures and integration. Most of you probably know, ideally heat pumps would operate at nice low temperatures. That's how you get the best efficiency from a heat pump. But our heat networks operate at the temperatures that they operate at, which is roughly 80 degrees, 80, 70 is pretty typical. So we've had to install, fairly high temperature heat pumps to match the existing networks. We know that, in an ideal world, we would redesign the heat networks to operate at lower temperatures. And that is the plan in the long term, to take actions to reduce the network temperatures. But because of the timescales of the RHI funding, we had to really crack on and get the heat pumps in and working first. And then in future projects, we'll be revisiting the estates, trying to improve the distribution temperatures through various means. But a lot of it is going to be more disruptive dwelling internal stuff. So, bigger radiators and things like that. HIUs, heat meters, to try and control return temperatures, and potentially some fabric improvements as well. But in the short term, we had such a short time frame. We had to just get on and do something that worked with what we had. So that's it from me for now. I'll hand you over to Vital Energy next to talk in a little bit more.
Well, I
detail.
think maybe I'll just go back, Tom. So sorry, thank you for improvising on that. I apologise. Had a few issues logging in. So let me just go back, and we'll do a little bit out of order. But I'm Steve Pakiraja, and I'm responsible for the strategic planning of decarbonising heat in the Honeywell refrigerants business. So as stated earlier in the year, right, in the International Energy Agency's reports, flagship reports, Net Zero by 2050, heat pumps will be a cornerstone technology in displacing fossil fuel heating. But a heat pump is effectively not a widget, right? It's a series of interdependent key components that work together to deliver heat. So effectively, the heat pump is going to absorb low temperature heat from the air, ground, or water as into a working fluid called the refrigerant, right? Then the refrigerant, as it circulates through the heat pump, it's compressed, increasing that temperature to turn it into useful heat. That useful heat can then be released to provide space heating, hot water, or even industrial processes. So effectively, the refrigerants in that system is acting like the heat carrier. So effectively, it's taking heat from a renewable source, uplifting it, and then releasing that heat. So really, the refrigerant in that heat pump system is quite integral to the way the heat pump operates and its capability, as well as meeting the specific heating application that's required per the project. So Tom's, I think, thank you very much, giving you a very good background as to the projects in Southwark and what's happening in terms of from the end user's perspective. So maybe if I hand it over to Elliot, I know that you've been working with your partners, Isaacs and Janie Hall, on this project. So how have you been supporting Southwark with their decarbonisation plans?
Thank you, Steve. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, so my name's Elliot Sharp. I'm the design director for Vital Energy, and we are the design and build contractor that have worked with Southwark. And as Steve touched on there, our supply chain, Isaacs and Janie Hall, the heat pump manufacturer. To give you an overview of what we've done and how we've done it, we've installed 5 heat pumps in total, ranging from 600 kilowatt to 1 megawatt. They've gone into 3 existing plant rooms. Part of that from the source side is drilling abstraction and discharge wells. So I think a takeaway that I'd like from this session is that a lot of people, I think, in the industry, it'd be fair to say, might be quite intimidated by boreholes, might look for sort of, a large, vast amount of land. We've actually set up drilling rigs in a quite residential area. Of course, it's sensitive. We've done engagement with end users, but it is possible. We have drilled down 125 meters in numerous locations to get into that aquifer, to get the water. So we're abstracting at around 14 degrees. We're pumping that back to these existing plant rooms. A lot of survey work was done. As you can imagine, there's a lot of existing services. I'd be lying if I said it was easy. We found some peculiar things as we've been drilling down that didn't pop up on surveys, but we've done it. We got over them challenges. And that water is pumped back to these existing plant rooms, where for the inclusion in those plant rooms, we've performed 3D laser scanning of each of the plant rooms to enable accurate coordination to get the heat pumps in there. The COP of the heat pumps, as Tom mentioned, there's an RHI to hit. So the COP is 2.9. Of course, it's dependent on the heat pump's operation as an SCOP and the return temperatures that come back from the network. The way the heat pumps are contributing to the network is they are actually almost on a shunt circuit. So they're taking the return from the network and they're uplifting that by 5 degrees. And then the boilers will step in then to the network set point. And as Tom touched on, part of the next phase of this decarbonisation strategy will be to lower the network temperatures to ensure that the boilers are doing less and the heat pumps can contribute a lot more. The heat pumps are bespoke. I think another part of the industry is, you know, as Tom touched on, yes, heat pumps like lower temperatures, of course, that's very true, but it's not to say that you can't bespoke design a heat pump, as Janie all have done on this project, to achieve a temperature particularly for a site. So it can be done with some design and some engineering. As Tom touched on, it's 2,000 dwellings or over 2,000 residents. So, you know, generally speaking, at the flick of a switch or a few switches, we've decarbonised 2,000 people overnight, because the heat network, of course, is technology agnostic. We've incorporated a new technology which is suitable for today. You know, the time it was installed, you probably wouldn't have put heat pumps. And then, you know, going forward, across the many years, the heat network might see different technology plugged in, but for now, this is the step to decarbonisation. So, yeah, that's an overview of how we've done it and what we've done with Southwark.
Great, thanks, Elliot. Okay, so when I jumped in and very rudely interrupted Tom, I described the refrigerant as effectively the heat carrier, but it can't carry that heat on its own, right? So in the heat pump system, it needs to work with the compressor to effectively help increase its temperature and turn it into useful heat. And it needs to work with the heat exchangers to effectively absorb and release that heat. So the refrigerant is very much an interdependent part of the heat pump system. So the optimum configuration of those components to develop a heat pump solution is then effectively, I guess, what I'd call a socio-techno-economic decision. So, but what does that mean, right? So in the case of this project in Southwark, I think one of Southwark's main sort of societal outcomes is clearly to drive down CO2 emissions. But another key part of it, which Tom alluded to, was to effectively minimise the disruption to the families of the residents in these multi-tenanted properties that Tom and Southwark have to manage. So the technology solution therefore has to be able to achieve that outcome and achieve the heating temperatures required per that design to achieve that, right, at an economically viable cost. So what Honeywell terms eco-efficiency, sorry if I just put my pointer on, is the term we use to describe any refrigerant-related criteria or traits or characteristics that effectively have an impact on that socio-techno-economic heat pump solution. So in this project, Solstice M15 is the refrigerant that's being used, which is an HFO-based refrigerant technology. HFCs are the current incumbent refrigerant technology, but due to their relatively high global warming potential, or GWP as it's known in shorthand, the F-gas regulations are going to drive us towards lower GWP alternatives, of which HFOs are one. So Solstice technology is then, as I talk about heat pumps as systems, Solstice technology is then one of those components that in that system that can be put together to effectively develop a bespoke solution for the specific heating application. So in the case of Southwark, why is Solstice M15 eco-efficient for Southwark, right? So when we look at what we term these eco-efficiency criteria, each of them will effectively be on a spectrum from low to high. So if we look at something like system capability, so in order to minimize disruption for the residents in these properties that Tom and Southwark have to manage, the design was to maintain the distribution pipe work throughout the properties, with the only amendments being made effectively in the plant room. So in order to do that, the heat pumps have to achieve a flow temperature of, I think, as Elliot's alluded to, 75 to 80 degrees. So Solstice M15 is able to do that, right, provide the required flow temperatures. In terms of toxicity, so generally for refrigerants, there's two classes per ASHRAE of toxicity, what's known as Class A or Class B. Class A being lower toxicity, Class B being higher toxicity. And because of the close proximity of these heat pumps to the public, Solstice M15 was selected partly because it's a Class A refrigerant. Another sort of eco-efficiency criteria related to refrigerants tends to be more at system level, related to system complexity. So effectively, the inherent characteristics of a refrigerant can be mitigated against by good design, but usually that mitigation effectively adds some level of complexity to the design, and adding complexity to the design usually has or can have a financial implication and or an efficiency penalty. So because Solstice M15, which is being used here, or R515B, which is its trade name, is inherently non-corrosive, it's not highly flammable, and it operates at a relatively low pressure, it effectively helps simplify the design of that heat pump system. The other parts related to the refrigerant, then system efficiency, right, which the refrigerant contributes to. So system efficiency is really the key driver, because that's what really drives down the CO2 emissions. So relative to the gas boilers, which is primarily trying to replace, so say typically a gas boiler, for every unit of gas that's going in, is generating about 0.8 units of heat. The heat pump, for every unit of electricity it's using, will generate about 3 units of heat. So that's where the efficiency comes in. Also, through the lifetime of a heat pump, the majority of the CO2 emissions attributed to it are really coming from the power consumption, so effectively the electricity that's driving that heat pump. So through system efficiency, or improving that efficiency, it reduces that power consumption, which also drives down the CO2 emissions of the heat pump. Then also, because you're reducing power consumption, it also improves the running costs. So specific to these heat pumps in Southwark, I guess it's relative to the incumbent gas boilers, it's Solstice M15 refrigerant in that heat pump system is contributing to a relatively high efficiency, but also a high enough efficiency to meet the specific requirements to receive the renewable heat incentive. That then brings me, I guess, to the last 2 points around flammability and global warming potential. So just due to the chemistry, effectively, of refrigerants, there tends to be a trade-off between flammability and global warming potential. So in this case, where Solstice M15 is being used, it's specifically selected because of the specific installation. So they're indoors, sometimes in basements next to the gas boilers. That specifically the requirement for the design was they wanted an A1, what's known as an A1 non-flammable refrigerant. So Solstice M15 is able to provide that at what is known as a relatively good lower GWP below 300. However, the sister product to Solstice M15 is what's known as Solstice ZE. And Solstice ZE is another refrigerant, but effectively has near identical traits to Solstice M15, but it can get you down to a global warming potential GWP of below 1. So the trade-off, though, for that, to get to that, what's sometimes referred to as ultra-low GWP numbers, is that there's some level of flammability. So it's classed as an A2L by ASHRAE, which is mildly flammable. However, both Solstice M15 and Solstice ZE are termed to be Group 2 in the PED, which is the Pressure Equipment Directive. So the Pressure Equipment Directive, which heat pumps are a part of, and Group 2 is effectively classed as non-dangerous fluids, substances. So what that means is, or what we're seeing is that effectively some equipment manufacturers, heat pump manufacturers, for new heat pumps are starting to develop platforms that effectively qualify both Solstice ZE and Solstice M15 for their heat pumps. So what that effectively means is you can have a single platform that could potentially operate on either an A1 non-flammable M15 or Solstice ZE. So for example, with this case in Southwark, where a specific requirements being asked for an A1 non-flammable refrigerant, you can operate Solstice M15, where perhaps there's an acceptance of A2L refrigerants and there's a need to get to a lower GWP, you can run Solstice ZE on that same platform. But I guess the interesting piece in terms of low carbon heating is it also brings in the potential for future retrofits. So what that potentially means is that while there's some uncertainty from moving from traditionally what are A1 non-flammable refrigerants to these lower GWP alternatives, which tend to be, for example, in this case, A2L mildly flammable, what you can potentially have is a Solstice Z ready platform that can in the short term run on Solstice M15, so effectively run on a non-flammable refrigerant. And then in the future, as there's perhaps increased acceptance and adoption of A2L refrigerants, you could then retrofit that platform to Solstice ZE to get to an even lower GWP. So obviously for all of those things, the usual things have to be maintained, right? So depending on the different refrigerant types, safety data sheets need to be referred to, the EN 378 standards need to be referred to, any specific OEM guidance, etc. But it brings in that feasible option of potentially getting going with a project that perhaps might be delayed or not happen even because of the uncertainty around A1s, which can use Solstice M15, and then later retrofitting to get to an even lower GWP refrigerant number. So I think what this project in Southwark really demonstrates is that heat pumps are flexible, right? Because they're systems, those components that go into that system to create that heat pump solution can be flexible, and they can be flexible enough to deliver low carbon heating solutions. I think that's it from me. So I don't know if there's any Q&A, Andrew.
That's the Q. The Q&A is the Q for me, Steve. Great. Well, thanks very much, gentlemen. That's been interesting so far, and I'm sure the couple of questions that we've got will create a stimulating debate. At this point, I'm welcoming in, am I not, our technical specialist, John Shannon of the J&E Hall, in case anybody has any tough refrigerant-based questions. That's what I've been told. So are you ready for that, John? I haven't had any yet.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm here.
I'm sure they'll come in.
Well, just in case there were any specific heat pump questions that you know, the other other speakers couldn't quite address.
Brilliant. So the first question goes to Tom, which is really to, I guess the question is asking, did you have any concerns about the refrigerant, or in fact about using the heat pump technology, or were you, I guess, you know, excited about the prospect? I mean, I guess the question is trying to get a flavour of you as the local authority guy. Where do you know, how do you approach technology?
Yeah, I guess it's a fair question. Trying to understand what's the end user, what's the client, because I guess in some ways I'm the client. I mean, ultimately the residents are the clients.
Fair point. Yeah.
I'm sort of their de facto representative, so I make decisions on their behalf, which is a bit of a scary prospect. So yeah, I come from the private sector, and maybe, you know, I've been an energy consultant for many years, and this was my first local authority job, to be honest. So I maybe have got a slightly different appetite for risk than a typical local authority officer who hasn't, you know, experienced some of the more innovative renewable technologies that I had throughout my career. So I've seen lots of biomass boilers and heat pumps and solar panels and wind turbines installed through past jobs. So it didn't really scare me from that respect. But I also knew what could go wrong, to be fair, as well, because I've seen lots of heat pumps that have been installed and not done a great job. So with all that in mind, I think we worked quite hard in 2 phases of feasibility. We worked with a company called ISACs, who are sort of a vital subcontractor on the heat pumps, who partner with J&E Hall and the manufacturer to do some early phase feasibility, and had a lot of confidence in their abilities to develop and deliver some of the specialist elements of the project. And then we worked with another independent company to do a much more detailed feasibility. And after that, you know, we'd whittled down the number of sites that we were really considering for the heat pump installations based upon things like UKPN, grid access and costs, space and access in plant rooms, ground conditions after liaison with the Environment Agency. So there was quite a lot of technical work that went into the project before, obviously, we were in a position to do a design and go out to contract. That meant we had you know, we hadn't got every I dotted and T crossed in every answer. but we did have you know, a pretty good set of data to work with to deliver the project successfully.
Thank you. A very specific question for you now, which is where on the Southwark site can we refer to the cabinet paper?
Oh, okay. I'll have to find it and put a link. Yeah,
that's a very specific question. They don't always get quite that specific, but if you can find the link and maybe put it on the chat later or something like that, that might be the best
I'll try and do that. Yeah.
We don't hear much, I guess, at local authority specifier level and perhaps even energy supplier level of refrigerants. I mean, is this something that, this is a question for any of you, I guess. This is something, Steve, from your point of view, there's clearly something that we need to start thinking about when we're specifying heat pumps. How do you get the message over is the question, apart from events like this?
That's going to say, that's why we're here, Andrew, and hopefully through yourself. I think, yeah, so I think we're aware that probably in recent years, we've not done as much communication as we should have. And I think where we're getting to is that we need to start looking at things at a systems level. So how do you deliver an outcome? So for a long time, a lot of things in the industry have specified on looking at a single variable. So things like GWP is a good example, right? So how do you basically, through F-gas, drive down that GWP number? And people then talk about things like the generations of refrigerants, right? Moving from CFCs to HCFCs to HFCs to HFOs, as Celsius M15 is. But I think really where we're getting to is with this whole energy transition, this is trying to look at energy and things like sector coupling as a whole wider system. So effectively, what's the outcome we're trying to get to? I think you can kind of apply the same thing to things like heat pump systems. So effectively, rather than focusing on these single attributes, ultimately the refrigerant has no impact on its own, right? It's an applied product. It only works within the heat pump. The outcome is really to deliver heat. So whether it's delivering heat to Tom's residence in space heating and hot water, or to industry for process heat. So how do you then look at the different components to make the delivery of that heat as efficient as possible? And then ultimately that will be what drives out the CO2 emissions, right? And so that's where we really get into, I think, with the things like looking at GWP. It's not really, I mean, it is important to drive down from HFCs to the lower GWP alternatives. And that's why I think the F-gas regulations do a great job of doing that. But then when you start getting down to these low GWP numbers, given that the majority of your CO2 emissions on a heat pump are really coming from the power consumption, it's then a case of, well, would you want to trade off that GWP for effectively lower efficiency, which doesn't really make sense if the majority of the emissions are coming from the CO2 emissions from the power consumption. And it's also about, I think, as I tried to describe, the fact that heat pumps are systems. So how do the different components work together to deliver that best outcome? And I think a good example of things like, I don't know, as you move forward with evolutions of technology, you've got new compressors coming out, things like oil-free magnetic bearing type compressors. And those are going to be highly efficient, but to leverage that high efficiency, they, for example, will only operate on HFC or HFO technology. So effectively, how do you take these pieces or components that work together in this heat pump, put them together to provide the best outcome to deliver heat efficiently and drive out CO2 emissions?
Okay, thanks. Elliot, do you have a view from the, I'm going to call you the middleman, but probably have to call you the middle person now. As in terms of the technology, new technology coming on, you're involved in all sorts of projects in district heat.
Yeah, and it's
mainly renewables now for you.
Yes, and it's interesting that you say new technology, because of course heat pumps is not a new technology.
Fair point.
But you know, it's a valid point that it is new to a lot of our client base. It feels new, and that, you know, that is a valid standpoint to have. But yeah, we've got to work with our supply chain, work with our clients, understand what the scheme needs if it's a retrofit, and then work with the likes of John and Steve, and you know, try and figure out the best application to get this heat, you know, both from a practical point of view to make it happen, the installation, but also, you know, there's CapEx, there's OpEx, RepEx to consider. As Tom touched on, the end users are the most important thing here. It's their heat charges and the low carbon aspect of it. But yeah, it's just working with different manufacturers, different supply chain, you know, for the benefit of the heat network. We're doing schemes with, you know, higher temperatures, lower temperatures, air source schemes where the evaporator might be separate to the actual compressor itself. So there are many ways to overcome it. I think a lot of the industry, certainly I remember my days back as a consultant, you'd open a catalog and, you know, find the product there and, you know, and see what temperatures it can do. But I think as we move into this heat pump world, we need to remember that they can be bespoke and can do some pretty magical things, really. As Steve said, if you get all these systems to work together.
I was just smiling at the prospects of that tagline. We can do magical things. That could work for residents, actually. So I'm glad to say that John has a specific question, and it might just be a re-summary. But can you just tell us what the capacity of the heat pumps that you used again, and what the refrigerant volume was?
For those heat pumps in Southwark, they were 600 kilowatt, 4 600 kilowatt heat pumps and one 1000 kilowatt heat pump. Yeah, now you're going to test my memory to try to remember the charge. I think it was something along maybe 300 kilograms, 300 or 400 kilograms in the 1000 kilowatts, 200 or 300 kilograms in the 600 kilowatt unit. Something along those lines. I'm not going to be able to remember.
Big old heat pump is what we need to say, isn't it? Big old heat pump. So the final, we're running out of time. I've got a final question, which is one for Tom. It's have you got a sort of timeline in mind for reviewing the operation of the network, and or it says or how it's going down with residents?
No, not really. I mean, it's a good question, because these projects need reviewing to make sure that we're learning all the lessons we can do before we roll out any more projects. We've certainly got more projects that we're looking to deliver, and we're certainly aware that we need to make sure we learn all the lessons. Elliot mentioned earlier finding a few things in the ground that we just hadn't expected to find. So, you know, maybe there's something we could do around improving our scanning and sort of background research on that front before embarking on the project. But we do need to make sure that we're constantly reviewing the operation, not least because we won't get paid any RHI if it doesn't work. So we need to make sure that the heat pumps are producing the estimated levels of heat so that the economics stack up. And then the final thing to say is that residents shouldn't notice any difference, even if the heat pump fails on a particular day for a particular reason. We've actually left all of the gas boilers in situ, and we've got the arrangement set up primarily so the heat pumps are in series with the gas boilers. So the return temperature comes in from the network, goes to the heat pumps first, lifts up from 70 to 75, and then either goes straight back out to the network if it doesn't need to go any hotter than that, or it goes to the gas boilers to get a top up. If the heat pumps are down for any reason, then the gas boilers will do the job that they've always previously done. And therefore, we've been able to offer that comfort to residents that this project not only shouldn't increase the risk of heat going out, it should actually increase the resilience of heat going out. So you've now got 2 different heating systems in place in your boiler house, not one. So if there's ever a problem, as we have had recently on one of the estates with the gas booster system and the gas boilers have not been operational, actually the heat pumps will be able to carry the load in the majority of cases throughout the year. So we hope that the residents will notice no difference in the level of heat and service, other than, you know, perhaps an improvement in resilience.
The whole idea of sort of case study that we're seeing today, and application reports, is, yeah, I think is an important way of disseminating the information and encouraging people to take that step to the new technology. So thank you for sharing with us, and I'm sure I hope that if anybody wants to reach out to you, that you'll be able to sort of talk to them and follow up. But there's certainly plenty to
put that link in the chat, by the way.
Oh, well done, Tom. That's excellent. Excellent work. Before the session is up, we've answered the question. It was great. The final thing that I was going to say is really to encourage everybody. We've heard encouraging talk all the way through about heat networks from this morning, and I want to endorse that. It's one of the areas of potential that we need to talk up. So thank you for joining us, gentlemen, and for sharing that with us. And we will now move on to the next session. So if you were able to disappear from view, I will then introduce the next session.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much
For having us.
Bye-bye.
So we have another session now, and I'm delighted to say that I'm handing over to my deputy Neil to moderate this one, so I can have a cup of coffee and wet my whistle. Got a whole host of people joining us on this one and the session is provocatively entitled Hydrogen versus Heat Pumps. So Neil, I'll leave it to you to introduce those who are here.
Hello, hoping this is working, and thanks Andrew for that. I'll be leading us, as you say, up to the lunch break. So we just need about 30-40 more minutes of your attention this morning, but hopefully we've got a good one, as Andrew said, to get us on, which is the heat pumps versus hydrogen battle. Now, I think what we're hoping with this is to somewhat shift the dialogue from that title and that concept of one technology versus the others to looking at the way different technologies are needed and whether we're carving up that territory or whether they're sharing it as well. And we've got with the eyes will obviously be now on the heat and building strategy that we're hoping could be next week. Different views on that one, but it does seem to come around that we'll finally have it after many delays. We've also got other strategies such as the net zero strategy and a spending review at the end of the month as well. So this is really looking at what we can do in industry can begin to make practical, affordable changes if we're going to need these different types of technology, whether it's heat pumps, hydrogen, we've also said about district heat as well, and how that will encompass different technologies. This debate has obviously been turbocharged somewhat by concerns about gas prices and the current condition of the UK housing stock for this. But luckily, I'm going to do slightly less rabbiting on and move on to, we've got a very solid panel for us today. So I'm hoping with the magical technologies work that we'll have joining us to discuss this. We've got Laura Bishop, who's director of the Ground Source Heat Pump Association, Clara Otterson, who's an analyst for Delta E, specialising in low carbon heat, and Walter Stevens, who's the sales manager for Ireland for air to water products at Panasonic. So pretty well placed there to get started. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining me as we go. Making sure who I've got before we get started.
We're just waiting for Laura to join up, Neil. So if you want to go ahead with the gang that you have. And
that's brilliant. I mean, I'll start, this leads nicely in, Walter, if I can start with yourself.
Sure.
And so you've obviously got experience, the very nature of supplying heat pumps commercially, particularly in Ireland, obviously. So I wanted to ask yourself, and also Clara, as you move on, about lessons we can be taking in the UK, both good and bad, particularly from European markets, which obviously have a more, I think it's fair to say, probably more established heat pump sector there. Just about sort of this idea of the experiences we should be taking. So Walter's probably a good place to start with you, if that's all right.
Thank you very much, everybody. I feel a little bit like William Shatner with my background. So hopefully we can take a little bit of information that he gave us yesterday and take it seriously. But yeah, my name is Walter Stevens. I work for Panasonic, but I'm also a director in the Irish Heat Pump Association. And I'm going to cut straight to the chase and try and give you as much relevant information. Because I work for PUK and Ireland and the UK, I have the best of both worlds. I can see the way the regulations are changing in both countries and what needs to be applied. The first thing that we see in Ireland, we have a white paper done up for 2050 where we'll have every house will be what we call an A2 rated home, okay? And by 2030, we'll have 400,000 houses retrofitted. But straight away, we come up against a number of issues that need to be addressed. And I firmly believe that talking to the Irish government and the UK government should take heed as well. These are issues that need to be firmly looked at. The first thing that I would recommend is making sure when you're looking at designing and supplying for the retrofit market that you have the correct electrical network set up to be able to deal with the heat pump being installed in multiple dwellings. Now we have a grant available in Ireland. It's a standard grant. It's a base grant of €3,500, and that grant is given to every house, no matter how big or small. But we have found straight away issues that when you're getting a grant, we have to cover 100% of the thermal load of the house to be able to give the grant out with the heat pump. You can't have any bivalence, oil or gas backup. So straight away, it takes a huge amount of people out of the housing stock who want to upgrade their house. Secondly, we find that with the renovation work that you have to do on the house in the first place, it's important to make sure that you're actually getting value for money, and that the people who are least able to afford it can actually be given the correct incentives and monetary incentives to be able to apply these changes. So that's with existing houses. So the electrical network for me is critical, and it's something that we're trying to address over here. But when we go to new homes, in Ireland, we've had legislation for 10 years where we've been installing heat pumps. And as we know, in 2015, the eco-design data changed. So we have what we now call NZEB regulations in Ireland. And we are actually working on the new NZEB as well going forward for 2023-24. And it's every house in Ireland pretty much has a heat pump installed, a new home as it's been built. And we did 18,000 heat pumps in 2020 during the COVID lockdown. So it gives you some idea of the amount of heat pumps being installed. But the issues that we see and areas that need to be addressed are, first of all, training. It's imperative that you have the correct trained staff to be able to install the heat pumps. Secondly, it's imperative to have the correct SR50 designs done on the house in the first place. Most people know that heat pumps can supply a certain amount of output, but it's imperative that the heat pump is designed according to the heat loss calculations based in the area you're from. Secondly, the air tightness of the house and the Part L requirements for the house are followed to the letter of the law. Then there's some way of commissioning the heat pumps where the manufacturer will take responsibility for the jobs being installed when the heat pumps are fully commissioned and up and running. And servicing the heat pumps. We're all trying to sell as many and move as many boxes as possible, all the manufacturers, but when it comes to actually servicing the units, this is an area that needs to be addressed, and making sure there are enough service engineers out in the market to be able to deal with the growth. And the UK is the biggest on-top market in Europe, and it's having people who can do this information from A to Z. So if Clara and Laura would like to add to that, because I'd be delighted if they could jump in.
Yes, I was going to ask, I mean, actually, what Twig's saying there, probably to ask Clara there, if what you've been saying about Ireland, how that pans out with the rest of the EU. Obviously, you were saying there's a policy and skills, which I think we've heard a bit in different panels about different technologies. So I guess it'd be asking Clara there, in a European sense, if that is sort of the issue we're perhaps seeing uniform across the EU markets at the moment.
Sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Of course, yes, sorry. So it was just building on what Walter was saying there, just about the model from where you see it on a wider European perspective, about those lessons that the UK can be taking about some of the challenges of getting heat pumps put in at the scale we need.
Yeah, so yeah, I think Walter makes some very valid points about availability of installers, and also, of course, preparing the grid for electrification. But I also think the UK has another barrier to overcome, and that's just the kind of general awareness and trust in the heat pump technology. So I'm Swedish. We have a very big heat pump market, and I was kind of surprised when I moved here how little the general population knows about heat pumps, and how they're seen as that could never work because it's too cold. Whereas I'm like, okay, I know people who live in the very north of Sweden has a heat pump. So both Sweden and Norway, Finland, Denmark, all of the Nordics basically have very big heat pump markets. And one of the ways they achieve this is because they put a lot of effort into spreading awareness and making installers and users trust the technology, make them understand how it works, why it works, and that it can be reliable. So I mean, Sweden, the heat pump market started growing in the 90s, and now it's, I mean, if you don't have a heat pump, you have district heating. That's basically the only two options that you have in Sweden. And Denmark is a much younger heat pump market, but it's been growing quite quickly over the past 5 years. And in addition to kind of growing the trust and the technology, they've put a lot of work on promoting business models that help the customers overcome the kind of high investment cost of a heat pump. So, and specifically heat as a service models, where you pay a subscription fee basically instead of having that first initial cost. And Denmark is now the most developed heat as a service market for heat pumps in Europe. So they've succeeded in doing that.
Brilliant, thank you, Clara. That's great. I know Laura Bishop now has joined us from the Ground Source Heat Pump Association as well. So I guess building on that, and we will be moving on to the hydrogen side, but it's, I guess, important, which you're saying, to look at the fact that as a UK target by 2028, we're looking at 600,000 heat pump installations in the UK, which from where we are and what we're talking about awareness and trust, that's obviously going to be quite a challenge there. So I was looking to ask if I can to bring Laura in on this one, just about how perhaps we should look at the UK, or how we are in the UK looking to make meaningful progress on having hundreds of thousands of heat pumps being put in by the end of the decade.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's just sorry for the late arrival, first of all, but thanks for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, so there's a couple of things. There's the two things I wanted to talk about really was about the opportunity in the UK, and then the challenges that we're up against to achieve those. And first of all, you know, since Boris Johnson talked about the 10-point plan November last year, there's never been so much interest in heat pumps in the UK. Certainly, we don't really see a day go by where it's not on the BBC News or it's in one of the newspapers. That's a double-edged sword, because a lot of the articles we see unfortunately perpetuate the myths about heat pumps. So people read the paper and they believe that they have to have their entire house ripped to pieces in order to have a heat pump fitted, which is just not the case at all. But at the same time, it's also raised an awareness that we have never seen before in the industry. I've only been doing heat pumps for 10 years. Some people have been doing heat pumps for many more years than that. It's still called a new technology in the media. As Clara said, it's been used across Europe for many years. They were developed, you know, the technology nearly 100 years ago, been used since the 1940s. So it's not new technology at all, it's well proven. And, you know, it isn't stopping people putting heat pumps on. In the renewable heat incentive has really, although it wasn't a great success for heat pumps, it certainly increased people's awareness and the ability to afford to have a heat pump fitted. So the big opportunities that I see are particularly around the social housing markets, the social housing retrofits, homes that are fit for purpose, you know, low carbon and clean heat. So there's no carbon emissions, it's clean air that we're going to be getting around these properties, because there's no combustion of any fuels. We eventually will get down to almost zero carbon, particularly as the grid decarbonises even further. And moving people off gas and onto heat pumps is obviously a really good thing to do. Other opportunities are where we've got new build housing estates going in. I've got them being built around where I live, new gas mains being put in right today as we speak, locking those homes in for the next 5-10 years, and then they'll have to be retrofitted with heat pumps. We should be putting heat networks in now, whether that's a shared ground loop of a borehole array or a central energy centre with a heat pump supplying on district heat for generation district heat. And anywhere that needs heating and cooling, the heat pump is the answer, because it does simultaneous heating and cooling. It is a chiller working in reverse after all. And the use of flexible use and demand side response is a really interesting area to get the cost of fuel down and to use heat pumps to actually balance the national grid. So people talk about the massive expansion in requirement for electricity if everybody went down the heat pump and the electric vehicle route actually. But if you use heat pumps to actually balance the grid, so they switch on when there's too much power, or they switch off when there's not enough power. That can actually be a very flexible and also financially rewarding way of running your heat pump. But the major challenges that we're seeing are, they've already been touched on actually by Walter: training and skills in the UK across construction and engineering. I've been an engineer for 20 years. I still struggle now, in fact, struggle more now to recruit engineers into my business than ever before. And it's not just me, it's across the board. So a lack of skilled designers, a lack of skilled installers and maintenance people means that we have more poor installs, which further makes the industry bad, because people know somebody who's got a bad heat pump and they go, I'm not having one of them because their heat pump doesn't work, costs them a lot of money. Equally, we do have loads of people that have got great heat pumps, and we trying to tap into them to explain that it can work very well. The policy landscape is not helping us. Boris Johnson talked about that nearly a year ago, 2020. We're now 1 year into that discussion, but there has been no action, zero action. So we're now 1 year closer to 2028 with nothing happened in the meantime. So that's a heating building strategy may or may not address that. We'll wait and see. And then the price of gas and electricity in the UK, and obviously that's a very relevant subject at the moment because of the cost of gas. As you said, Neil, at the beginning, you know, the gas prices shooting up. But in the UK, we traditionally have very low gas prices and we have very high electricity prices. So to go from a gas-based heating system to an electric-based heating system means that people will not save money. So if you want to save carbon, the chances are you're not going to make any savings, or your bills actually might go up. Plus, you've got to pay a lot more for your heat pump. So you almost have this choice of, do you go decarbonise and pay more, or do you stay as you are and pay less? And it shouldn't be an option like that. So great opportunities, future looks great, but there are a lot of challenges to overcome. But it's happening anyway, which is great. It just needs to ramp up.
So just a few things for us to consider there, but gives us plenty to write about, says the journalist. He doesn't have to deliver any of this. But thank you. Part of obviously the idea of this panel is looking at the quite wide acceptance now, and particularly with what Laura was just saying about multiple technologies and approaches, district heat pumps, and of course, as we heard earlier this morning, about hydrogen there, and arguably the big debate is how and is this best being used in different applications. So I wanted to ask actually all of you, while I've got you here, about, with regards to all the different decisions we have to make, is there a sense perhaps that we need to be or see a more prescriptive approach, whether from government or industry, about how technologies and where technologies are being used, how heat pumps should be put in, particularly with things like new build, off-grid properties, or can we, is there this idea that we'll wait for the market to decide and that consumers will be informed and have the choices to make that? I guess if I start with Laura and go through the panel there, but just on your views on that, do we need to be a bit stricter perhaps with telling people what they need to use?
I think it depends how strict we want to be on achieving our carbon targets, because if we as in the government and everybody living in the UK, and actually not just in the UK but across the world, because it's not a UK problem, carbon and net zero, if we are serious about that, then we would have to be prescriptive, because you'll get some people who want to do the right thing and want to reduce the carbon emissions from their homes all round, or from their buildings. It's not just homes. But if it's going to cost them more, they won't. And I can understand that completely. I don't want my bills to go up, and I don't want to spend £10,000 on an air source heat pump. I mean, I've got one, but I don't want to, I wouldn't want to spend that. It's difficult. It's a difficult argument to make. But if we are going to achieve those targets, it's got to be mandated, and it's actually up to the government, I believe, to make that from the top and filter down so that people can actually do that without being stung in the pocket.
Brilliant, thank you. I'm staying on that theme there, Walter. I mean, obviously, from your view at Panasonic, would you like to be telling people ideally when they should be putting heat pumps in or not?
I have to take my Panasonic hat off, to be quite honest. My feeling is, first of all, about hydrogen. How long will it take to actually create a grid of hydrogen? Will it take 20 years, 25, 30 years? We can't wait anymore. And I'm not trying to be I suppose, a tree hugger in this respect. What I'm trying to say is we're at a really important crossroads, and every little thing that can be done at the moment will help. That's my feeling at the moment. For me, having air quality and having heat pumps installed is a no-brainer, no matter what it is, or any sort of renewable PV, anything that brings down and gets us closer to that carbon target. And I think Laura alluded to it a little bit earlier. She said about nothing has been done in the last year. We need to act very, very quickly. And it's not just UK and Ireland, it's the whole of Europe, the whole world. And I feel that as I said, I've just said, any application that can bring down and bring us closer to that level, I think needs to be imposed and put in ASAP. And not only that, I also believe that we don't run into this with our eyes closed. Things like existing house stock, the HLI, the heat loss indicator of the house, will have to be around 2.3 for the heat pump to actually work effectively. So this sort of work should be done very, very quickly to ascertain how many houses will meet this criteria, and then how many houses will need a certain amount of a degree of work to bring them to that level. Because putting heat pumps into houses with an air tightness of 10 and a HLI of 3 won't work. So we have to be very careful about how it's brought into the market. And as Laura alluded to, and Clara a little bit earlier, about people who have all had horror stories with heat pumps. So my feeling is no more talking, just get it done. And the government needs to take advice. Certainly in Ireland, we see the manufacturers are certainly now giving advice to the government, because a lot of the time the government officials won't be qualified in that particular area, and they need advice from the manufacturers on how things should go. So I'd be under no illusion, no more talking, action is required straight away. That's my feeling.
I mean, I guess bringing Clara in on this there, but an interesting point from when we talk about the idea of being prescriptive, Clara, and having an understanding, having guidance perhaps on where we should be using technologies where they're best suited. How sort of, from your experience, has that panned out? You mentioned particularly in sort of Scandinavian markets where there's a slightly different culture going into this.
Yeah, I mean, Scandinavia has the kind of advantage of having a lot of cheap electricity to begin with. So electrification was never really a hard question in that sense. But we're also seeing countries like the Netherlands, who have been historically or are still very reliant on gas. They're taking a very local approach. So they're giving each municipality the task of drawing up plans for how heat should be decarbonized in that area. And that can be a mix of different technologies based on the local conditions, because the municipalities are the kind of entities who will have the best knowledge of what the housing stock looks like, what the local resources are, and so on. So if we look at Amsterdam, for example, because I think they were the first municipality to publish their kind of map to heat decarbonization, they will have, just in the city of Amsterdam, they will have several district heating systems. They will have low temperature district heating systems. They will have a few fully electrified areas, but they will still keep their gas grid like right in the city center, but then of course prepare it for low carbon gas. So that just shows that like just within one city, you can have so many different systems just based on a couple of streets or a couple of blocks. It doesn't have to be a whole city has the same heating system.
Sorry, so it's almost planning in a network, taking a network approach of understanding how they interlink, I guess. And
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant. And I mean, staying on obviously going a little bit to the heat pumps versus hydrogen level there, I was on the wider theme of this. I was going to ask, and I'll start with Laura if I may. Is it sort of too simplistic to sometimes that we present these things as a binary choice? We kind of obviously fueling it a bit with the headline there, but to say that the debate really is that it's either sort of UK homes move to either electric heating or low carbon gas. I was wondering, does that help debate really in terms of where we've been? And I guess sort of talking what Clara is saying about different areas of having a network or understanding things as part of a wider system, as opposed to my house is this or my neighbour's house is that.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that there's a place for everything. There's definitely a place for hydrogen. There's definitely a place for heat pumps of all different kinds. There might even be a place for direct electric of heating, although that becomes expensive to run. But there is a place for everything. I think what's not helpful is If you're in the industry and you're an engineer and you understand, you can have that conversation and you can talk to people about it because you can understand the practicalities and the technicalities of it. If you are a normal person in the street reading, unfortunately, I am going to go back to newspapers, but if you are reading those articles in the Telegraph or in the Daily Mail or whatever it is, you are being fed a story about hydrogen. And then, you know, I've spoken to several people where we're looking at putting heat pumps into the houses. They actually say, well, what we really want is hydrogen. Hydrogen is going to save us all. And I'm going to be controversial here, but there are the fossil fuel lobby have they need to give out a story that says heat pumps don't work, because they're potentially looking at you know, that part of the industry going away and something new coming in. So and they are powerful, and they will use that voice to influence all sorts of things, whether that's politicians or whether that's journalists. But they are unfortunately putting a lot of information out there into the public, and the public don't have the ability to say, well, is this correct or not, or to look at it from you know, an objective point of view. So we don't know how expensive hydrogen is going to be. We don't know what the pence per kilowatt hour of hydrogen is going to be. We don't know when it's going to be available, like Walter says. We don't know, in my opinion, as an engineer, do we really want to be producing a very energy intensive, water intensive fuel that we're then going to burn in boilers to make heat for our homes, 21 degrees C in our homes? Do we want to do that? It just doesn't seem very good use of fuel. It might be better to use it for vehicles and for industry and things like that. So it's not helpful in that it does, the media pits one against the other, and people reading the media can't distinguish the facts, unfortunately, and that's not helpful at all.
I guess I don't know if I can bring the rest of the panel in about that, in that sense, about where we are with perhaps understanding, obviously from a UK perspective, I guess, particularly about what one technology is or what one isn't, in terms of simplifying a debate of you're either electric or you're either gas there. I don't know, Walter, if I bring you in there.
You know, once again, Laura has said it. The industry, everything will be needed to help going forward. There's no one silver bullet for this industry, for everybody. I do also agree that why would you use combustion for houses when you can run at 21 degrees, when heat pumps are much more affordable to run? And once again, you can see the results straight away. Whereas with hydrogen, we don't know where we're going to be. Honestly, there's so many different types of hydrogen as well. How is it going to be produced? What types of hydrogen are going to be brought into the grid? Is it going to be blue? Is it going to be green? Is it going to be white? Where it's available? Is it going to be generated by nuclear power? We don't know. Nothing has been decided on this, you know. And for me, I have to be straight on this. Once again, without my Panasonic hat on, I believe that hydrogen should be used for the likes of transportation and places and areas like that. For houses, I don't see the benefit in it myself. So that's my view, and that's so.
Brilliant. I mean, I come to you obviously because of your work, Clara, on this, in terms of your analysis and things you've looked at. Where in a hydrogen sense right now is there understanding realistically of how this may play? Got a question actually from the audience about the commercial side as well. Obviously, there's transport there. I guess about sort of playing that there. Where do you see in terms of case studies of where hydrogen actually can be playing a role to be devil's advocate a bit there?
Yeah, so I just finished basically a piece of research on the readiness of hydrogen-ready technology, and what we found is that the technology is nearly there. There will be hydrogen boilers or hydrogen-ready boilers available for purchase within the next 1 to 3 years from a number of manufacturers. But the big concern, like both Walter and Laura have addressed, is when will we have enough hydrogen to actually fuel those boilers? And I think it's too early to say whether or not there will be hydrogen for heating at a large scale. I'm sure there will be some maybe local clusters, industry clusters, where it will make a lot of sense. But yeah, I think it's a bit too early to say whether or not we'll see it at a kind of national scale in the UK. it does have its benefits in some ways, especially for the end consumer. Just due to the simplicity of it, they wouldn't have to get used to a whole new system. They would just have their regular old boiler that they know how it works. So, but yeah, there are pros and cons of everything.
Sorry, it's an interesting point actually. One of the questions we're getting in particular while we've got Walter and Laura and the heat pump side here is a challenge of perception, and I know Clara's touched on this about attitudes and trust in it. Someone's asking, for instance, that the very different change in nature that heat pumps potentially present in a home. Someone's suggesting the idea of that they don't want 24/7 heat. They kind of like that idea of perhaps blasting a property for affordable as it is or isn't, you know, for 90 minutes in the evening and then letting the house cool slowly. So their question in a bit is sort of how can you begin to, how do you go out to people like that who've perhaps got that attitude of what heating is? Heating isn't a 24/7 sort of service going on in a property. It's, you know, that those ideas of that, you know, what gas heat and a gas boiler does. Perhaps Laura, you're a good place to start with that one.
Yeah, I think I mean, there's most people I come across don't think about the heating at all. Well, no, not most. Maybe a lot of people don't think about the heating at all. It's just sort of, it comes on in the evening, it feels warm or it feels cold, so they put the heating on, that kind of thing. And some people understand it a bit better. There's definitely an issue around handover of heat pumps and explaining to people how they're going to use their heat pump. You've got the people who are living in social housing and therefore have a heat pump pressed upon them and therefore may not understand because they've got no choice, they haven't asked for it, here it is, just use it. They don't know how to use it. They didn't know how to use a gas boiler. Not because they're in social housing, but you get a lot of privately owned people, homeowners, who are also in that same area, and they've actually asked for a heat pump and then they don't know how to use it because the installer hasn't told them how to use it. And again, that comes back to poor installation practice, poor handover. Actually, for looking after a building, blasting it with heat and then letting it cool down, and blasting it with heat and letting it cool down is not good for the building anyway. So some of the people I know actually are running their gas boilers on maybe 17 degrees all year round and then maybe boosting it up a little bit in the evening for 19 degrees, 20 degrees. So how you get over that, I don't know, because there's always going to be some people who just want to do that, and you can't do that with a heat pump unless you go for a high temperature propane heat pump, in which case your bills will be quite high and you might have to spend a lot of money to buy a propane heat pump. But yeah, it's something we need to concentrate on, the low-hanging fruit. It's difficult enough as it is, so we need to concentrate on the low-hanging fruit, and then hopefully that filters through to the other people around. It's a bit like when I used to do solar. Mr. Smith next door had a solar panel array put on his roof. People next door didn't want it. Then they saw it go in and they said, actually, no, we do want it. You know, so maybe that's the way we have to do it.
Kind of case studies, I guess, where you have people, consumer acceptance, I guess, and studies there. I've noticed, thank you, because we are moving. I've got quite a few questions to go, and I've realised I've got us pretty much towards one-ish. I mean, we've had some interesting points coming in from people talking about the statement this week about government hoping to, the UK government by 2035 to have moved to net zero electricity generation, which is quite an incredible commitment to have. Some people questioning, yet they haven't, obviously, though we may see it in the next week, provided very much details on security of the energy supply things there. But I guess topically, with hoping that we're expecting a heat strategy in the next few weeks, and we've got COP26, the big climate change announcement coming in just about a month's time. I was going to just do the classic summary, if I can, just put everyone on the spot and ask the panel, coming out from the heat strategy in post 2096, what would be, if they could pick one priority they'd like to see addressed either at a market or government level over the next month in this strategy and that coming out, that would get us towards this kind of balanced, a good positive step towards mixed sort of heat technologies there. I don't know who, if it's all right, I'm going to leave that open to who would like to go first, but yeah, just one priority if such a thing is possible to ask.
Mine would be legislation. It has to be put in as part of your building Part L. It has to, and that's the only way you can impose this and let people see how it should work properly. And starting from the consultant down to the installer.
It's a direct answer. Thank you, Walter. That's great.
Okay.
I think linked to what Walter has said, I would like to see a change to planning that says if you are planning any kind of new building, you will not be allowed to have planning permission if it has a gas boiler, any kind of fossil fuel boiler in there. You will just have it not approved, no choice.
Would that be potentially the future home standard, I guess, or is it something that we had these commitments for 2025 in a new build?
Yeah, but not waiting till 2025, not just waiting another 4 years, no. And it wouldn't just be homes, it would be any building at all.
Yeah, and if you think that's from your view about what you think a priority for just getting us moving, certainly from a UK perspective here.
Yeah, I would like to look a little bit from a customer perspective and see how the government can support customer propositions that make low carbon heating more attractive and reduce the upfront cost and the perceived risk that energy consumers might have to switching to low carbon solutions. So I touched briefly on heat as a service models, but I'm sure there are other ways to go about it as well. But we need to make it affordable and attractive for customers. Otherwise, you're never really going to reach, or there are going to be issues with low carbon heating for sure.
Brilliant. That's pretty sensible and solid place to leave it on today, I think. So thank you for the panel. I'm so sorry there was quite a few questions to get through. I still didn't touch on there, so apologies for that one. But thanks so much to Laura Bishop, to Clara Hudson, to Walter Stevens there for the time on that today. I'm delighted to say we'll give you we're going into an hour and a half lunch break there. So give you some time and the facilities and a tipple or whatever else. But we will be back just around 2:30 there. So we've got a full programme looking a bit more about utilities, energy, and how this is all going to tie into heat. But before we do go, it was just got a quick video from our headline sponsor, GemServe, that I'm hoping Mark's going to tee up. Look forward to seeing you all this afternoon at 2:30. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
And Clara. Much obliged. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Vital Energy are working in partnership with Southwark Council to retrofit water source heat pumps into existing heat networks within the central London borough, south of the River Thames, across 3 estates, Newington, Wyndham and Consort. The new scheme will benefit around 2,175 properties by providing them with a more resilient, efficient, low-carbon heat supply. How does the existing heat network operate? All properties are connected to plant rooms on each estate. From here, heat is pumped to the individual buildings via the buried district heating pipework already within the ground, providing heating and hot water within the home. Plant room equipment generates heat using natural gas-fueled boilers, which releases combustion gases into the atmosphere via the flue, which has an impact on local air quality. As the heat is generated solely by gas boilers, high amounts of carbon emissions are produced, meaning the heat supply is not eco-friendly. By making heat pumps the lead source instead of gas boilers, we can create a reliable, sustainable, clean supply. How will the new heat pump-fueled network operate? Abstracting water from locally drilled boreholes means we can utilise the naturally warm water from deep within the ground. This is achieved by circulating the groundwater through the heat pump. With the use of evaporators and condensers, water is heated to the required temperature and fed into the existing district heating pipes. Pipework modifications in the central plant rooms allow the heat pumps to be installed and connected into the existing network. Gas-fired boilers will no longer be the lead heat source. Heat produced by the heat pumps will be used as much as possible, creating a sustainable, low-carbon network. As the Southwark residents on the 3 estates are connected to an existing heat network, we are able to decarbonise the heat energy supply to thousands of customers simply by adding the low-carbon water source heat pumps to each of the existing systems, reducing gas usage and local emissions, and maximising heat production from low-carbon sources. Once complete in 2021, when the heat pumps are in operation, over 2,000 existing heat customers' energy supply will be transformed overnight to a low-carbon, renewable energy source. Vital Energy are proud to work on behalf of Southwark Council to help in decarbonising the borough.
Okay, hello there, welcome back. We're just rerunning that video in case you missed it. We had some technical problems earlier, so it's nice to finally get to show that from one of the panels and sponsors today. But as we start, I am HMV News Deputy Editor Neil Merritt. I'd like to welcome you back for this afternoon session of HMV News' Low Carbon Summit. After a really packed agenda this morning, touching on district heat pumps and hydrogen, we're of course pleased to have a great array of experts for us this afternoon, looking at our gas and electric grids and the role they're going to play in shaking up, we must hope, our heat systems. So comments, just to go over some housekeeping, are very much welcomed in the chat section of the screen. It's quite active this morning. And even more important, to stop me rambling, will be questions which we hope you'll put to our experts. They can be seen in the Q&A, which just lets us moderate them and make sure that we get them sort of shouted out to you as well. But nonetheless, I'm pleased to get started straight away with a look at the role of utilities in supporting a low carbon ecosystem. Now, I can think of no one better at this point to welcome than our first guest, who is Charles Wood, Deputy Director, Energy UK. So Charles, if I can ask you to join us on screen, I'll leave you to present if that's all right, and then come join you for some questions afterwards as well.
Great, thank you very much, Neil. So I do have some slides. I will start sharing my screen, so bear with, just in case things go wrong.
No problems, we're pushing on through, don't worry. It's
So, introductions first. My name is Charles Wood. I'm the Deputy Director for Policy at Energy UK. Energy UK being the trade association that sits across the energy sector, with generators, retailers, aggregators, EV charge point operators, heat network operators, and a whole range of people in between as our members. So I'm here to talk today about, from strategy to delivery, the role of utilities in supporting a net zero, low carbon ecosystem. So I think the first thing to say is that there is clearly some interest in what's going to happen with the heat and building strategy that should come out very soon. So there will be a lot of focus on that within this presentation. So where are we now? The evidence base for heat has set out the need for urgency and ambition above all, and highlighted some of the core challenges. So these are some of the reports that have been proving and showing some of that evidence and presenting that to government. So you've got the CCC's technical report and net zero report, Element Energy and Navigant coming out with some interesting reports on how we decarbonize residential heat and how we look at the gas network and how that's changing. And of course, Bayes' own work looking at clean growth and how heat figures into clean growth. And that is in particular looking at the harder to decarbonize sectors like industrial use of heat. How do we decarbonize those uses? So plenty of evidence to show that we need to decarbonize heat, that it's absolutely critical to us reaching net zero. And for us to do that in a way that is fair, we have to make sure that we're looking at approachable ways for consumers to get engaged and ways to explain what's going to come next. Progress made to date, you'll see this slightly upsetting chart on the right-hand side that shows the home installations currently made. So this is a yearly average, 2020 average for those installations compared to what we need to reach in 2025 per year and 2030 per year, according to the Committee on Climate Change. Clearly, there's a lot of work to be done. That is solely energy efficiency, not the increase in heat pump allocation, where we're looking at something around the 750,000 mark by 2028 and looking at about 1 million installations per year, at least the capability to do so by 2030. A few of the areas that have linked to that progress are the energy company's obligation, an obligation that sits on suppliers, so energy suppliers, retailers, who have to install certain measures. The renewable heat incentive that I'm sure people are familiar with, which unfortunately didn't see the kind of growth or sustained market growth that we would have liked to have seen, and unfortunately did result in sort of decreasing numbers of installers as we went further along that process. The renewable heat incentive is coming to an end. It is expected to end in April and be replaced by something else. We'll get to that a little bit later. And the Green Homes Grant was an addition to that. The Green Homes Grant, particularly put in the context of COVID as a bit of a recovery support, and was certainly something that should have helped, but unfortunately, lack of installers, lack of information, and some administrative issues were the sort of downfall or the undermined that upfront grant scheme and caused it to be cancelled. And the Heat Networks Investment Project and a few other areas of funding for heat networks are also things that should be looked at when you're looking at what's been done so far. So the heat and building strategy, what should you expect? Firstly, just a bit of Scotland in focus, as Scotland has actually got their heat in buildings strategy out. That came out last week, I believe, and that focuses on things like customer engagement, starting to talk to consumers and local areas, using the local heat and energy efficiency strategies in order to engage those consumers, tell them what the options are, and give them a set of the ability to input into how their local area decarbonises. Local planning, coordination and delivery of large-scale projects, so looking at increased deployment of heat networks in particular, and also other projects where you're using waste heat from industry, for example, and how they can be enabled and how you can give local authorities the right tool set in order to deploy those. Supply chain development and support. Scotland has a pretty well developed heat pump supply chain. So they have a few manufacturers in Scotland, and they want to develop that further and make sure that there is a clear connection between the demand for heat pumps and the supply that comes from within Scotland. And they are targeting easy wins at pace. So making sure that energy efficiency is delivered as quickly as possible and ensuring that where there's off-gas households and businesses, those are being transitioned fairly swiftly as well. So that sets the scene a little bit for what could come from central government. So we do expect in the heat and building strategy some ambitious plans for decarbonisation of heat, focusing on developing the underlying capability to deliver on that ambition. There should be some actions and decision points set out for the mid-2020s, effectively building up to another document that should come out in 2025-ish, which should set out make some of those actual decisions, where this is just setting out what's going to happen in the next 5 years, what kind of decisions do we need to make by when. A longer term vision for 2030 and beyond. This will feed into and start to fill out beyond that 600,000 installations of heat pumps per year target that was set out in the Prime Minister's 10-point plan. So beyond that, what are we expecting and how do we get to that point? Low-hanging fruit. This is a fairly overused phrase in heat, but I will continue to use it until someone comes up with a better one. But using the available tools, available technologies in order to decarbonise, again, off-gas grid and some of the potentially easier areas to decarbonise, and focusing in on those in order to build the market for heat pumps, for energy efficiency and for other technologies. And continuing to build the evidence base. So how is this going to look in terms of the heat and building strategy? What can you expect when that potentially comes out in the next few weeks? 4 pillars. So these 4 pillars can be expected in the heat and building strategy. There may be more. There may be other areas that are focused in on, particularly given the current ongoing gas prices issues that may inform how this strategy is funded, or how this strategy is put forward, and where some of the costs may be attributed. Energy efficiency is the first, looking to ensure that all homes are energy efficient. That will include some new standards on rental properties, on on domestic properties, and on businesses. You can expect to see some signposting of that. Whether or not there will be specific targets set out is going to be difficult, but you should expect to see something about how we make that transition to getting all properties to EPC C rating around 2030, 2035. The heat pump market. So looking to develop the nascent market for heat pumps in the UK, looking to ensure that consumers have the right information about how do you get these pieces of technology, who can you go to for a tariff that fits the need, and ensuring that there is a market mechanism that effectively pushes for the sale of and installation of heat pumps. At present, the gas market or gas boiler market is certainly the dominant sector in heat. And this is looking to effectively give heat pumps a fighting chance over the next 5 years. And that will be a core part of delivering that 600,000 installations per year by 2028. We don't know exactly what that market mechanism will look like. We know that there's a clean heat grant coming for a couple of years. It will be quite small in terms of funding and in terms of impact, but it will help to keep some momentum until this market mechanism can be put in place. And there's all sorts of rumours and potential for that to be effectively an expansion of an emissions trading scheme with manufacturers being given that burden of having to have a certain amount of carbon credits and having to earn those by either manufacturing heat pumps or purchasing carbon credits from heat pump manufacturers. Not sure what exactly that's going to look like, but we will see soon. In addition to that, there's likely to be some reference to the imbalance between gas and electricity bills. At present, there is a 23% of electricity bills is made up of policy costs, environmental costs, and the gas bills, it is only about 2%. So that imbalance is going to be sort of talked to, but potentially not addressed given the current circumstances. But you can expect to see a new green gas levy on gas bills that should be minimal in terms of impact on consumers, but will support increased injection of biomethane and will set the scene for a future subsidy for hydrogen. Heat networks. The next section, looking to deploy heat networks across the UK, particularly looking to expand upon our abilities. The heat networks in the UK are typically rather small compared to some of the international comparisons that you can make. So looking to develop our understanding, develop our ability, and make sure the supply chain is in place. So ensuring that we have the right installers, trained engineers, as well as just the equipment that's required. And finally, R&D. So research and development. I have put research and trials. If you're wondering why it's not research and development, it's because development wouldn't fit on the slide. So this is primarily going to look at hydrogen. It's going to look at what happens in the 2030s. How do we make sure hydrogen is viable and applicable and accessible? And will it have an impact? What kind of impact will it have in heating? Does it work for domestic heating? What kind of safety concerns are there? Making sure that all those trials are completed is a really critical part of ensuring that we understand what kind of investment we're going to need in future and how we continue to develop that pipeline of potential hydrogen production projects across the UK. And the hydrogen strategy that came out not too long ago actually gave a bit of detail on what to expect in hydrogen for heating, with around, based on the numbers that BEIS set out, around 68,000 homes expected to be heated by hydrogen by 2030. And that is primarily from the Hydrogen Town project that again was announced in the 10-point plan from the Prime Minister. So that's a very broad, very quick overview of what to expect in heat and building strategy. There's plenty more that will come in the detail, but broadly, it's a document that has been delayed for a few years and is very much needed by industry in order to give us more confidence in terms of investment, in terms of capability to see what the future is and start to throw out some of those business models to consumers. So, what comes next? After the strategy comes out, after we have this, I imagine, quite large document for all of us to do some decent reading over the next week, we will have to figure out what that means for the sector. So outside of what is announced in the HABs, we'll also see the net zero strategy. Apologies for all the acronyms here, but the heat and building strategy, the net zero strategy, and the comprehensive spending review, net zero review and CSR will have a lot of announcements in them. There will be a lot of progress made there, but we can't expect those to solve all of the problems. So industry then needs to be collaborative. We need to be talking to each other. And in order to develop attractive customer propositions, first of all, is the core part. We need this market to be viable, and for it to be viable, you need demand. The best way to make demand is to make these propositions attractive. Make it something that customers want. You can see from the success of electric vehicles that that is something that we need to do in heat. We need to give customers an understanding of what these technologies are as well, for these to be attractive propositions. And for attractive propositions to be made, the financial case may have to change. And looking at longer term solutions like having longer contracts where you purchase the heat pump, but you don't pay up front, you simply pay it back in your energy bills. That is an option that is being trialed by some of our members on the retail side. And there's also options in terms of things like how do you encourage consumers to shift over to things like heat networks and give them accurate information and advice, which is the next section, to make sure that they understand what these different heating options are and what's likely to change for them. There's a job there for local authorities, there's a job there for retailers in terms of advertising, and there's a job there for government and organisations like Citizens Advice. We need a skilled and diverse workforce. This is an area that we don't expect to see addressed fully in the heat and building strategy. There are hundreds of thousands, potentially, hundreds of thousands of jobs just in energy efficiency and heat over the next 10 years. So we need to effectively find that supply chain of skilled, diverse workers and to retrain the existing workers that we have. And it's very difficult to do that when you've got so many SMEs operating in heat and energy efficiency, who often don't have the finance to spend on retraining. And if they do, may not want to spend that funding because they would then lose out to their competitors who wouldn't have had that expense and can simply poach the existing trained workers. Support to government in delivery of its ambition. There is a storm happening at the moment in terms of comms about gas prices, about heating, about cost of living. And we have to ensure that we are talking about decarbonisation of heat in a positive manner. We are pushing back on those climate skeptics who are stating that heat decarbonisation is too expensive or too difficult. It's not too expensive or too difficult. The cost of not doing so is far higher. So we cannot hang around and we have to be vocal and enthusiastic in our support for government. So please do so. An investment in innovation. Government's not going to be the one spending the vast majority of funding on decarbonisation of heat. It's going to be the private sector. So we need to figure out how we do that and how we encourage others to invest in our own business models, in our own technologies. So I will stop there as we are coming up to the time for questions. That was a whistle-stop tour through. And Neil, I'll stop sharing and we can discuss some questions.
Brilliant, thank you, Charles. That's fantastic and brilliant too. As I was saying, we weren't really sure at what point the heat strategy would be, if at all, in this week or next week. So it's great to get a bit more detail on that as it pans out. question actually I was going to ask, first of all, was obviously this has been delayed, I think, a fair few times now from when we were expecting it. There's been a few name changes, the heat and buildings and things being added. I was going to ask from your experience, the timeliness of if it is next week, as people seem to be suspecting, is that a case perhaps with the work going on in hydrogen, with some of the studies and things that are going on, that it's perhaps now is the right time for it, or is there a sense that it has been long needed and maybe could have been useful perhaps even late last year or this year in terms of actually getting stuff moving, from a sense of, obviously from your members, what you think the view would be?
We would have loved to have seen it a few years ago. I think when the RHI was starting to struggle and the rate of trained installers was actually falling and number of installations was actually falling within the RHI, that was a real time when we sort of seen urgent action from government to figure out how they approach this. But it is understandable that there's been delays, there's been a lot going on, so we won't be too harsh on government in that. And it is good to see it, hopefully, touch wood and cross all your fingers, hopefully coming out in the coming weeks, because we do have the net zero strategy coming out, or net zero review, sorry, I keep calling it strategy because there's so many of those, and the comprehensive spending review. And those are two things that really were holding it back. And there's this feeling that the expenditure and the funding and subsidy was the real sticking point, particularly when it comes to fuel poor consumers and making sure that this is a just and fair transition. So who pays is the big question that has sort of been sticking this heat and building strategy on the desk of ministers. So we're really happy to see it on its way, and seems that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. But yeah, it could always be sooner.
Yeah, I guess that's doubly so with the mainstream media, that actually what's been, obviously the gas prices is kind of where people have been when picking this up and sort of understanding it. I've got a question actually from the audience about, it's sort of fairly understood at the minute, that there's a lot of focus on the domestic side of bringing the consumer along. But asking, it's a question I've seen raised a few times in different sessions about the approach to sort of commercial and public buildings to a lesser degree. If there's something perhaps already catered for in strategy more so than the domestic side has been, or if you feel, I think people are wondering just what happens, particularly contracts and things will obviously be working more in the commercial and public buildings sort of sector as well there.
Yes, so I think you can expect to see a decent amount of focus on commercial buildings, on businesses. I do tend to focus in on the domestic side and bring consumers along because of the current crisis and because of the engagement required there. But in terms of industrial and commercial buildings, yeah, you can expect to see some standards being put in place. You can expect to see some funding aligned from across the existing funding for industrial decarbonisation, for example. And then when it comes to organised areas like retail companies, if it's a commercial area in the centre of a city town, for example, there's going to be a lot more pressure to have a heat network installed or a low carbon heating installation that will be effectively planned out by the local authority, hopefully, in order to take some of the administrative burden away from central government. So there will absolutely be a focus there. And I think the biggest thing there will be the actual regulation. So you're more likely to see heavy sticks being used for businesses than you are for consumers at a domestic level. So expect to see some sort of regulation in terms of business buildings becoming EPC rated and getting much more pressure in terms of decarbonising their heating. Hopefully that will come with some support mechanisms, but we'll have to wait and see on that one.
And realistically, this ties together 2 points actually, but someone's asked what the response would be with regards to, and we see it on both the gas and electric side, but about additional capacity required, particularly for the heat pumps targets. And I was going to ask about that in terms of the electrification of heat and the readiness for 600,000. Is that something that perhaps is there already, or is it, like a lot of technologies, is expected it will be in place over the coming decade? In terms of the thought on that about, I guess, capacity meeting demand for potentially many different sides of the low carbon equation.
Yeah, it's a really challenging area. And I know that the Open Networks project has been doing a decent bit of work on this in terms of looking at how can we make the future network ready for heat and EV decarbonisation or transport decarbonisation, sorry. And I think we have put ourselves in quite a good position because of electric vehicles being the sort of leader in this space. The sort of big question of can you have that sort of uptake, especially when it's quite often someone gets an electric vehicle and then shows it off to their friends in the neighborhood. And then everybody decides, oh yeah, I'll get one of those. That is really challenging, and we are in a situation where networks have been encouraged not to spend money, to save money for consumers. That has been the priority. So we have quite a lot of aging infrastructure that's some of it 50 years old. So it's not right now, it's not prepared. But Rio ED2, which is the price control for those networks, will include net zero reopeners. So that's an official process where you'll be able to ask for additional funding if all of a sudden a neighborhood decides that they all love heat pumps and they all love electric vehicles. You can actually attribute that. And there's also other options that are looking at things like selling off capacity. So if you have too much capacity as an industrial user and you put in a bunch of energy efficiency measures and it turns out you need less capacity than you thought, you may be able to sell that back to the DNO or to your neighbour and they will use that capacity instead. So there's all sorts of potential projects coming up with that, and I think the industry is fairly confident that that will help and we will be in a suitable position. But for the vast majority, it's all about smart controls, it's all about automation, it's all about the tariffs in order to change that customer, that profile of demand and ensure that we're smoothing that out as much as possible. And that's where my members come in with their smart tariffs and new business models, heat as a service, and all these different options, which are really fantastic and hopefully will infuse consumers, both business and domestic, to change their use patterns.
And it's a bit, I guess, of the flexibility that we've heard elsewhere in terms of security via sort of flexibility of different measures there as well. The only thing, so when we are just about coming to time, but it was just on the issue, I know you mentioned efficiency being quite an important focus there. And it's to get an understanding of, when we talk about this, is this really about materials? Is this like the material changes in homes and things, or does efficiency also come to a degree from a supplier side as well? I was just wondering specifically if basically we're just talking insulation, or if it's a bit more to it than that as it's being seen at the moment.
Yeah, so it is certainly sort of materials first is the approach. There is certainly something to be said in terms of efficiency when it comes to the rest of the energy network and how efficiently we're using energy. But materials first is certainly the approach that you'll see most focus on, or we expect to see most focus on, I should say. This is all future gazing sort of imagination. So yeah, we'd expect to see materials first. It will feed into the sort of 2025 Future Home Standard approach and some of the other changes to building regulations, and MHCLG and BEIS will have a much better connection and a much better collaborative approach when it comes to building regulations and how those impact energy efficiency.
Brilliant, that's fantastic. I could go on, I've got so many more. You talk about the Future Home Standard there, Charles, and we could have pushed in, I know, for that one, but I will leave you in peace, and thank you so much for giving us some heads up of what we can hopefully expect in a week or time. So, but thanks once again, Charles Wood from Energy UK there. That's brilliant help.
Not a problem. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Neil.
Lovely. And that's to move on, hopefully topically from that. Hydrogen will look now more so at some of the gas side for our next two sessions. So hydrogen, as we've heard this morning, and in fact all our sessions, is going to have a role to play in the low carbon heating mix, whatever that is and however that's going to be defined. So it's just a pleasure then, just as well, that I can introduce our next guest, who is Heidi Genoni. She's the Program and Product Manager for Arup. She'll be joining us once again. She's been very involved in a range of hydrogen projects, but specifically she's here to talk to us about the Hy4Heat project and offer some detail on Arup's actual work on the first hydrogen neighbourhood and what potential there may be for UK cluster schemes on a wider level there. So Heidi, thank you for joining us today, and I will hand over to yourself if that's all right.
Thank you, Neil. I'll just try and pull off the screen share. That hopefully is going to work.
It is. We've been blessed today that it seems the gremlins haven't been
working. Can you see anything?
I can indeed. Yeah, it's the hydrogen for heating is up there now. So.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well, thank you, Neil. For everyone else's benefit, my name's Heidi Genoni. I'm part of the Arup Energy Advisory Team. Arup is a large international multidisciplinary organisation working on everything to do with the built environment and infrastructure and probably many other areas as well. I am today going to tell you more about our work involved with hydrogen, particularly the focus on activity that's happened within industry with regards to hydrogen for heating and the progression that's been made over the last few years, and some initial plans that are now in place for potential further rollout of trials. I can move my slide. Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on this slide to remind everyone that one of the challenges with hydrogen is obviously it needs to be an end-to-end solution. And this is a very just simple schematic of that end-to-end system. And I'm sure, I hope you've heard earlier today that there's a number of different ways of producing hydrogen. The most commonly known are electrolytic or CCUS enabled hydrogen, sometimes referred to as green hydrogen or blue hydrogen, which you can see here on the left-hand side of the diagram. But once the hydrogen is produced, it can be put in with the energy system and the network, the gas network system. And then obviously one of the great potentials of hydrogen is that it's got a range of potential end uses. So obviously it can be used again for helping heat industries. It can be used for transport. It can also be used for power generation, particularly at times maybe when we don't have our, it's not windy enough, it's not sunny enough. And then obviously the role that you can see here, as I've highlighted, the potential role of hydrogen for heating in domestic and commercial buildings. But why is hydrogen being considered a potential future energy pathway? There's a range of reasons for that. Obviously, there's advantages and potentially we can reuse our existing network and infrastructure. It can very much support our seasonal demands of energy, which we particularly have strongly here in the UK, particularly with cold winter months. And also there's the potential to help with ease of conversion, particularly for retrofit buildings where it might be more difficult to use different type of technologies. So for the rest of my presentation, I'm very much going to focus on that end use and potential role of hydrogen in buildings. But just coming back to the point around why is it that hydrogen has a potential pathway in addition to the points that I've just made, is it's really down to our current existing energy usage and demand here in the UK. And I always like sharing this graph because I think it really helps summarise exactly why we do need hydrogen as a potential role it has to play, particularly in the potential role of supporting hydrogen for heating. So here you can see over the UK over a number of years, the red line is our electricity demand, and there's been great progress made with regards to decarbonising the electricity network. However, when it comes to days that aren't windy, or it's not sunny enough, or the other technologies aren't available, then a lot of our electricity generated is still created by using gas, natural gas, fossil fuels. In the background here, you can just about make out the grey line. This is very much our energy use for transport. Obviously, that's predominantly oil-based, but there's a lot of talk of how do we decarbonise that. So if we think about, we've either got electrification solutions or there's other potential solutions coming to fore now with regards to hydrogen transport technology. If you think we've got to put that energy into either the gas or electricity system, we start thinking about, okay, this is going to increase our energy demand in the UK. And then obviously the blue line is our gas demand in the UK, and it peaks and troughs quite significantly, obviously because of our cold winter months. And over 80% of our housing stock in the UK currently use boilers, and it's our heating of our homes generates or causes about, I think it's a third, I might have got my numbers there, but about a third of the carbon emissions as well. So we really do need to find a way to decarbonise our gas network as quickly as possible. And so hydrogen is seen as one of those potential future pathways. So moving on then to what progress has been made over the last couple of years. And it was through that realization that obviously hydrogen does have a potential role to play. There was a realization that there's a lot more evidence needs to be gathered to determine where there is a potential pathway. So back in 2017, 2018, BEIS, Government Department of Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy, set up an innovation program called High for Heat. And it really set out at the start that its mission statement was to determine whether it's technically possible and feasible, and also equally importantly safe, to demonstrate that hydrogen potential for heating in homes may or may not be feasible. So there's been a huge amount of progression made over the last few years. And as the programme progressed, you can see here, there's a number of different work packages that looked into different areas, such as the future standards that would need to be developed to support a hydrogen gas network, the technologies that would be needed, particularly around boilers, cookers and gas fires that are used in domestic homes and properties, and also most importantly, the safety case, and then looking towards some potential future demonstration of these trials if it was successful, which we now know it is, has been reasonably successful, and we've seen the development of the technologies move from a very low technology readiness level up to a higher technology readiness level. So just coming back to the programme, with regards to all the organisations that have been involved in the programme over the last few years, there's been a huge number of organisations, all of it have a really important part to play with regards to the success of and the potential of hydrogen for heating. And this is just a snapshot here of the number of different organisations that have been involved. Moving on to the next slide. So then looking at some of the challenges that have now been answered around hydrogen for heating, when we first started, there wasn't purity standards that had been set for what the hydrogen standard would need to be as it is transported through the gas network. There was questions unknown around whether the odorant would be, whether the existing odorant as natural gas would be possible to be carried in hydrogen, whether it would need to be colorant, all those sorts of things. And now we've progressed with the programme, actually, we've come to the starting position of what these purity standards could be. And you can see here that the sort of minimum level is being determined as around 98%. Odorant will be the same as existing odorant, and it's been determined that colorant wouldn't be required, because as you can see here, the flame burns with a nice orange colour, and that's a result of a few impurities, those 2% within the hydrogen, and also the fact that through clever burner design of the appliance manufacturers, that the flame can be made visible. There's been a lot of work made and progression made with regards to IGEM, which is the Institution of Gas Engineers and Managers, development of hydrogen standards. BSI has also developed various standards, particularly the most important one for high heat is the PAS 4444, which is effectively creation of a new standard for certification of hydrogen appliances. Obviously, standards exist already for natural gas boilers and appliances and in various different appliances. New standards needed to be created for equivalent hydrogen appliances. And then also taking recognition of, if we were to think about the conversion of our home over to hydrogen, what needs to be there in terms of training of and safe training of gas safe registered engineers, because obviously natural gas, hydrogen is a different type of gas to natural gas. There are a lot of similarities, but there are some differences, and we need to make sure that the potential future workforce has the right skills in order to undertake that installation and a potential changeover. So EUS have developed a high-level initial training framework that would support that. Moving on to the next slide. So then looking at probably the slightly more exciting part is the development of the various different appliances. In many senses, they're not really particularly exciting, because the programme has followed very much the approach that actually what would be a like-for-like replacement of the existing appliances for new appliances, albeit they be hydrogen. So there was very much the requirement for the appliances to be as safe, meet all the same emissions and efficiency standards as existing appliances, or improve upon them, and obviously meet the same space requirements. All these aspects were considered to be important to support the ease of any future consumer in terms of changeover, swap over, and understanding of how to use the appliances. So making sure that they're the same as in many senses as they are now. So at this moment in time, the number of different hydrogen appliances that have been developed, largely all of them have been UK manufacturers so far. There's been domestic appliances, so combi and boiler systems, the most commonly used boiler types when domestic properties. Gas fires have been developed. Obviously, you get different types of gas fires: flued, unflued, open fronted, glass fronted. And then with regards to cookers, ovens, hobs, grills have also been developed and demonstrated. And you can see here various different pictures of the appliances that have been developed thus far. And you can see some of the flames, and many people, they think this is really quite attractive. Whether they will use them in the future is still remains to be answered, but I'll come on to that a bit later. It's not just domestic appliances that potentially need to be using hydrogen if we're thinking about reusing our gas network in the future. There are other commercial facilities that need to have the same sort of appliances. So there has been some progression made with regards to developing space heating appliances and then also larger commercial appliances. Thinking about moving to a future energy system, moving off natural gas onto hydrogen, the metering becomes very important as well. And so new hydrogen smart meters have needed to be developed. One of the particular challenges around here was the spatial requirements of the meters. Using the old technology that we use currently wouldn't have worked. So new hydrogen meters have been developed using slightly different technologies, and there's some encouraging progressions that have been made. And obviously they need to meet SMETS 2 requirements, which are all the digital safety, security requirements that are required as part of the energy system in the UK. And likewise, ancillary system components, so anything to do with connectors, valves, pressure regulators and so forth, we've undertaken testing to make sure that all of those can be safely used with hydrogen, which the results are positive. Touching on safety with regards to the hydrogen for heating programme, this has been, when the programme first set out and started, it was an unknown area. We weren't totally sure whether hydrogen would be as safe as natural gas. So there's been a huge amount of work that's been undertaken to determine whether this is the case or not. So essentially within the High for Heat programme, the work has been independently reviewed by the HSE, and they've reviewed essentially the conclusions report, which is quantitative risk assessment, which is built up of a number of other different reports, and provided their approval or provided a letter of assistance to say that this evidence is supporting moving to future hydrogen trials. The main conclusion out of this work is that hydrogen can be made as safe as natural gas when used for heating. The work is bound to certain types of properties at this moment in time. So your typical homes that you can think of with regards to terrace homes, semi-detached or detached properties of standard construction, and obviously within the home environment, then obviously it is necessary to have the hydrogen appliances, hydrogen meters, and also if you read into the detail of the safety assessment and conclusions report, then some excess flow valves are also critical to making that system safe. And as a result of the High for Heat work, there has been guidance that's provided, which has been referred to as the annex, which is effectively providing guidance to the gas distribution network operators to help them plan for the future trials. Moving on. So then moving into the High for Heat appliances, some of you may have heard about the hydrogen show home that's now open to members of the public up in Leighton. I've provided a link here to a video on YouTube which shows all the appliances within the homes. This has been visited by the Minister and I understand has been received quite successfully. So there's a number of different people going to see these show homes as it is, but they are unoccupied homes at the moment, but it provides the opportunity to demonstrate and showcase the appliances in sort of a natural setting that they would be in to gain feedback from consumers. So moving on then to now this work has been established over the last couple of years, and it is very surprising in many senses that so much innovation has been able to be accelerated in these last few years. This has led in part to the government, the government's 10-point plan, the Prime Minister's 10-point plan with regards to potential future hydrogen for heating trials. So in the 10-point plan, it identifies that the first neighbourhood trial, which will be sort of a few hundred numbers of homes, will be up in Scotland, Fife. That's part of the SGN domestic network. The next plan will then move to the village trials. Village trials sort of happening in the mid-2020s, and there's planning in place by the various different gas distribution network operators. They're identifying where those first village trials may or may not be. So there's initial planning that's beginning to happen now, and the ambition is to have a town conversion by the 2030s. Just looking briefly at the hydrogen neighbourhood trial up in Fife, Scotland. This facility, if we're looking from end route to end route, this is very much focused around using electrolytic hydrogen, so green hydrogen. So at the location that has been chosen, there is an existing wind turbine that can be used to feed the electrolyser, and then the creation of the hydrogen, which will then be distributed around the neighbourhood for people for this first trial, for people to choose whether they want to opt in for using hydrogen or whether they just wish to stay with natural gas. So this neighbourhood trial is very much focused on seeing whether consumers will be happy to use it, whether they're happy with appliances and those sorts of things before we move on to the village trial. The village trial is then focused really looking at what would it potentially mean in terms of conversion. The other thing that I thought it would be useful to highlight for you here is what's the sort of route map, what's the planning for this, when's this likely to happen. Obviously there's a huge amount that does need to happen, and this extract here of a roadmap is taken from the recent UK government's hydrogen strategy, and you can see here again it's very much highlighting that the first sort of hydrogen neighbourhood trials will happen early on. As I said, it will be only a few hundred number of homes, moving to the mid-2020s when we're looking at village trials and seeing whether that's feasible or not, before moving to the future potential town trials and before moving to any sort of potential future wider rollout. And then just to touch very briefly again, just in terms of the wider strategy, the question that's always asked is where's the hydrogen going to come from? And again, in the hydrogen strategy, there's a nice map there which sort of just highlights all the different potential hydrogen production sources across the UK. And as you can see, there's a huge number of locations. Majority of them are based in industrial clusters, the old industrial towns, and there's a huge amount of activity that is underway, and BEIS is also providing funding to help some of these hydrogen production facilities to get off the ground. And in the future, the challenge will be obviously matching the supply and demand if hydrogen for heating is chosen as a potential future pathway. So that's it from me. That was a bit of a whistle-stop tour on hydrogen, but happy to answer any questions.
Hi, Heidi. Sorry, just my video's coming together very slowly. I think actually, sorry, we actually, with time-wise, have run on more or less. And there was a question if we might be able in the chat to put the YouTube video to Highgrove to the link you mentioned, and we might be able to put that in the chat. I think some people were like interested in pulling that all together. There were a few things to follow up here. I know we'll be doing via HME News as well. So thank you for taking the time and just sort of setting out where we are with actually starting to pipe out and build a sort of feasible, you know, a tangible hydrogen network there as always. So thank you so much for the time on that one.
That's okay. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Heidi.
Bye-bye.
We're just finishing up, but thank you for Heidi Genoni there from Arup talking about the hydrogen developments that we're seeing in the Hydrogen Village project, which she said could soon become hydrogen towns down the line as well. Keeping in the theme of gas, low carbon gas, obviously, which is where we're expecting to see ironed out by 2026 going forward. We've got next session, which is quite an important question of what actually do we need a future gas grid, our future gas grid rather, to look like in our net zero future. Obviously quite pertinent with a lot of the issues around costs that are in the mainstream media at the moment. But we are delighted actually to welcome Malcolm Arthur from National Grid, believe co-title the Future of Heat Programme Manager, which sounds exceedingly large amount of work and quite an ambitious title there. But Malcolm's kindly going to join us today just to give us a bit of a breakdown on the role and what it means for how we may be piping gas into our businesses and homes as we go forward. So Malcolm, thank you for joining us today. It's hugely appreciated for the time. And we're going to have a brief discussion with a few questions, and I know there'll be, I suspect, plenty coming from the audience, as there has been all day. But if I could start broadly with you, really, just to get a view of what your current role and title actually entails with regards, particularly to the gas grid as we understand it now. And what it might have to become, or what we could expect it to become over the coming decades, obviously in the move to net zero there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Neil, and thank you for the invite today. Just a quick one on my role. So in this fast-moving world that we live in, my title has now changed from the Future of Heat Programme Manager. And with the potential sale of the gas business by National Grid, I'm now the Net Zero Policy Manager of National Grid, which still covers heat. It now just focuses more on gas. So there's no fundamental change in some of the things I'm focusing on. But ultimately, what I am focusing on is what is the role of the gas network in net zero, which ultimately we hear. I know this is focusing on heat particularly, but there are other points that we could look at as well. So just a couple of points. I guess from today, looking at what the gas grid, and this is obviously transmission focus is my focus, not a distribution focus. Currently, we have a really well-functioning gas market in the UK. We have a resilient and flexible gas network, an energy network generally. We have an NBP price that is referenced across the world. So we have a really robust, good gas market today. And currently we connect about 85% of consumers to the gas network, providing heat when they need it. It's a very reliable network, as we know, and we generally provide energy to those who want it when they want it. And also what we see is the ability to import and export energy to Europe and from LNG and around the world. So that's the gas market today, the gas network today. And I guess when we look at the future of low carbon gas, do we think that needs to be emulated in the future? Do we think that that's the same structure in the future? So from my perspective, when you look at the different scenarios, and the hydrogen strategy says a little bit of this, we have gas, hydrogen, we'll use hydrogen as our low carbon gas because that's the focus that we have at National Grid, will be needed for industry. Will be needed for power, will be needed for transport, and has the potential to be needed for heat, which the previous person outlined what the work is being done to some extent on providing that. So we will need hydrogen for a significant proportion of demand within the country. And I think if I remember, hydrogen strategy said between 20 and 40% of the overall end use will be hydrogen. So I guess the question then is do we need a network for that level of demand? And of course, you would be surprised that I say yes, I think we do. And the reason I think we do is I think even with 20% or whatever number that is, we will probably still want a liquid, transparent, competitive hydrogen market for the future. And what networks can do is obviously facilitate that particular market by providing connection to all the production, connection to all demand, providing that resilience, and also connecting all those points where you have that sort of gas balancing central point, and then all the gas is provided around the country. So I'm assuming that in the future we will need some sort of liquid market, and that market will be facilitated to some extent by a network. The size of that network we'd have to consider. Also, there is the potential to import and export hydrogen in the future. We know that, for instance, Germany with their hydrogen strategy is looking to export some of that money in order to develop hydrogen production in other countries. And we've seen that. I think there's 2 billion in euros for hydrogen. And I think they're working with some countries in Africa to understand how they can develop hydrogen production in those countries and then import it into Germany from different points. So we will need, it would be good probably to have the ability to import and export hydrogen. I think Ireland would be interested in import and export of hydrogen across the current interconnector. So I think, I mean, we see the current market today in the gas market. Do we think that's going to be emulated in the future with the hydrogen market? I'm saying, I think to some extent it will be, maybe not quite the level today, but it will be. And therefore we'll need a network to facilitate that. I know that was a very long answer to your question, but that was done. And then my role really is to try to understand how we make sure that can happen and we can start to develop our network. So whether you wait for hydrogen production and hydrogen demand to develop and then have a network, or you have a network and then demand and production then connects to it, is a question I think we need to answer. And part of my role is to think about how do we develop that.
That's great. Long answers are always appreciated, Malcolm, to stop me going on. But also, it is an interesting point. I think it ties into a lot of the things we've been hearing from today, and actually an interesting point that the keynote speaker was making about the big question is perhaps how we're actually using it rather than what will be used, but how it will be used, which I know sounds a bit obvious there. Part of the reason then it's really great to have you on as well was obviously we've had the UK hydrogen strategy fairly recently, which got quite a lot of mainstream coverage there. And I know from our coverage, what was interesting is that with all the trials underway, the government have sort of set the date of 2026 before, I think certainly domestically deciding how it will pan out, how it looked to use the gas, and that I'm sure will lead on to some of the production issues as well. Considering we've got these 5 years now, I was running from that hydrogen strategy as you see it, are there any certainties at present we could take there that we can take from that now going forward in the next 5 years around what we can know about the role of gas or other low carbon alternatives that they might play, even with regards to sort of whether it's industrial demand, domestic demand, as you said, some of the different purposes that gas will be playing.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm convinced of many things, but I mean, it's not. I need to convince others, and we need to convince others of those points. So looking at the hydrogen strategy and other scenarios and developments that we see, hydrogen has a role in net zero. I guess the point we discuss is at what level that role will be. So we know it will be to decarbonize some of industry. We know it will be to provide power, especially flexible power, but that will be needed in the future. And the hydrogen strategy sees a relatively significant role for hydrogen in transport. And I guess the uncertainty is on heat, domestic heat, and what role that has. So I think from our side, and if I can, I'll show you a slide shortly. From our side, the certainty we have is the role of hydrogen in industry. And I must say I haven't been able to call in all day, but I did see the previous presenter Heidi's slide on where the hydrogen production is around the clusters. And ultimately, that's where a lot of the emissions are today. So if we can connect up the industrial clusters in the first instance, and then we know relatively that's some certainty behind that, then we have a sort of a hydrogen backbone that exists, and then how hydrogen demand will grow to other sectors like power and heat and transport, and the role networks have in that can develop from that. So I'm going to see whether I can share my screen with you.
It's been going all right all day, touch with Malcolm. So no, I'm hoping we're not going to have
So it's me then. If it doesn't work, it's me.
No, perfect. That's great. That's looking out.
Is that come up? Yeah.
Yes, can see that perfectly. I think.
So what you can see, I mean, the lighter blue, the thinner lines are the existing gas network, and then the very sort of darker blue is our vision. This is not a plan, a network plan, or any of that. This is a vision of what you could look like if you repurpose some of the assets that we currently have. So you can see Grangemouth, Teesside, Humberside on the east side, and then Merseyside, South Wales on the west, and you've got Southampton. Project Cavendish is about supplying hydrogen into London. So you can see that if you use some of the network today and repurpose that for hydrogen, in this example, it's about 25% of the network, it's about 2,000 kilometers, so 25%. You can connect a significant proportion of industrial clusters with a significant proportion of that demand. So this is what we are looking at currently and working on as our backbone to understand, okay, this is what we think is the minimum needed. And then what more is needed on top of that, then we can discuss that as and when things develop post 2026. Now, as you can imagine, when you're developing networks and developing infrastructure, 2026 is not actually that far off when you're looking at sort of actually physically doing something. So we are looking to see whether this is actually feasible and converting this in the late 2020s, and to see whether we can provide this 2030, maybe around about those periods. I mean, I wouldn't hold myself to these numbers, but this is a sort of indicative timescales. This is not 2040. We're looking to be reasonably early on this. And then once we understand the art of the possible and what the backbone could look like, then we can see what other demands as things grow and as knowledge is better from the village trials and the town trials, we can understand more of what the role hydrogen will have. And then we can see whether we can expand the backbone out to start to provide that more demand if needed. And what I would also say is you can see the connection to Bacton here. I haven't got a slide on it, but there is also a similar sort of study being done on a European context called the European Hydrogen Backbone. And what that is looking at is to connect across Europe, across a similar sort of circumstance to here, but on a European basis. And then we will see whether the interconnectors to the Netherlands and to Belgium will also be available for import and export of hydrogen.
And that would, I guess, that would go into some of the stuff you're saying about the export potential that some other, particularly European markets, are maybe looking at in terms of their generation. And
absolutely, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, what we are looking at, and this is, I haven't got a slide on it again, but this is something else. It's something called Future Grid, and if you put Future Grid on a search engine, you will see it. We are constructing an offline project with existing decommissioned assets, where we will be pumping hydrogen down those assets to understand the impact they have. So we are in the next 2 years, well, I think it's the next 18 months, starting to work on physically testing our transmission network to see the impact it has. And we are not the only ones doing this. We're doing this in conjunction. We have a partner from Fluxys, which is the Belgian TSO. And of course, we are aware of lots of other TSOs doing similar work across the world and across Europe. So we are not the only ones in doing this work to understand what the art of the possible is in existing assets.
But it is interesting, I guess. I know other speakers have said that the fact there is very much an international focus on hydrogen, which does obviously show the understanding of that lower carbon gas is very much going to be a part somewhere on that. I mean, I think it more or less ties into some things you've already said, but it's interesting just to ask about whether it was kind of too simplistic to look at the idea of hydrogen or a lower carbon gas being a like-for-like replacement for our current reliance on natural gas. And I know this ties into that, but I guess also things like heat networks and stuff that, you know, actually how there might be more regional distribution. So it was kind of understanding from that side, and I guess that ties in a bit to the hydrogen backbone, as you were saying, that then it's about perhaps, would it be fair to say, making it so there's potential there for regions and areas to link up without necessarily obviously doing so in the greater thing. It was just slightly understanding that idea that, oh, well, you know, because I think in a mainstream sense, there's a view that this will be a like for like swap out of one gas or the other. But it was to get an idea of how that might work regionally, and, you know, like local regional strengths might might play into that as you see it in terms of their production or their capability?
So on the simplistic bit, I think there's a couple of things here. I mean, from a technical side, from National Grid, it is very similar, but we need to be mindful of the differences, because there are differences on the safety points and there are differences about how it's managed. So we really need to be mindful of that, or generally it's the same commodity, but we need to be mindful of those differences as a company that deals with it. For a consumer that currently has a natural gas boiler, I think we do need to make it simplistic. So we do need to make it simplistic that what you need to do is to change your boiler, and generally everything else is the same. So that's not quite right, because as was mentioned by the previous presenter, you need to do things differently safety-wise. So you may need some things different within your home. But if those things tweaks, where the hydrogen monitors or whatever it would be that you need to tweak your home to manage hydrogen, ultimately, if you can plug and play the same looking boiler, the same looking cooker and the same looking gas fire, and we have the same as we have today, then that makes it very easy for the consumer to go from where they are today to where they need to be tomorrow for low carbon heat. Now, I understand that you can also have heat pumps and all that does the same thing. I'm just talking about the sort of role of hydrogen here. The decarbonisation of the low carbon electricity currently has been very simplistic for me as a consumer. I see no difference in green electricity or any electricity at all. It's exactly the same. So I think if we can make the consumer experience when you switch over as easy and simple and maybe as the same as it can be, then I think that is a big benefit. Underneath all that, of course, there are differences, but we need as companies to manage those differences to make sure we understand what that means safety-wise and maybe other things as well. On the regional and on national level, I think this is a really good and difficult debate to have. Now, recently, the Scottish Heating Buildings Strategy was published, and they talk about converting off-gas grid homes first. So you understand they're not going to have gas, or they're very likely to have gas in the future. So let's convert those. And then they do talk about regions that are less likely to have hydrogen to also be converted to electricity or other forms of heating. What I don't understand today is how you do that assessment and how you work out, which regions are less likely or more likely to have hydrogen, how you determine that. And who determines whether someone has hydrogen in their homes or not? Who is deciding these things? Is it me as a consumer, or is it the regional council, national? Is it a wider organisation decides that? So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to answer your question on regional versus national. I think it is a discussion we need to have about how those decisions are made on a local level or regional level, and then the framework that exists in order to make those decisions. And I think we really need to understand who makes those decisions as well. Who is responsible for determining that, and then how can we give them, who makes those decisions, the best information they can in order to make the right decision. So we have a potential backbone here. Is it going to cost a huge amount of money to connect up my village or city to that particular backbone, or is it going to cost a little bit of money? What is the role of the electricity part, and how much is that going to cost, and how do you determine those things? So I think that there is something about the framework for decisions that we need to think about. I don't have that answer, but what hopefully we can do in the future is provide information to help determine those answers.
Brilliant. No, that's great. That's a pretty, I know you couldn't go too much over that, and it's quite a robust answer about that. And again, I guess the decision making will be sort of key to this, and I guess when we talk of levelling up, but sort of empowering communities and people to understand that will be quite an interesting one, I think. One of the questions I wanted to ask, just tied into, just to throw in the Climate Change Committee, as we like to do, their recent sort of proposals for the latest carbon budget, the sixth carbon budget, had some predictions that around sort of 5% of domestic demand could be covered by gas. As you said, it's kind of an unknowable, but that's sort of the prediction, fairly as well informed as they can be, I guess they've set out there. I mean, does that, in terms of whether that's realised, whether it's more or less, is it fair to say that the plan, as you were saying at the minute, it's really about that flexibility, that it will be able to do 5%, and then if there's more, it's about locking in extra areas and things? I was just, I guess, a bit of a response to that idea, you know, that because 5% seemingly compared to the heat pumps and district heat will be much bigger parts, really would be a kind of tectonic shift in our energy networks, really. So just to get a sense from you about that and that 5% prediction that the committee had made there of domestic heat potentially.
So from what we are doing, I think the work we are doing is independent of that decision, because we are looking at how can we repurpose our assets, and whether that's for industrial and power consumers or for other consumers as it grows. I mean, that's the point we are still working on. So I think the work needs to be done from ourselves regardless of that. From my side, I think there will be an increase in electrification of heat without a doubt. And there is a need to grow heat networks where they are good to go. I think that's without a doubt. I think that, I mean, generally, I think the one thing, I haven't seen the rest of the day, but obviously energy efficiency is a really important thing. So the less energy we can use, it, again, is a no-brainer. So we have to push for using less energy overall anyway. So I think there's some things that are low regret or known there. My personal opinion on the 5% is that I think it's on the low side, and the reason I say it's on the low side is because of the consumer experience. I think, as I mentioned earlier, about if you can switch with limited impact on the consumer, the disruption aspect, then I think that is a big selling point to the consumer itself. Now, whether that 5% becomes 7% or 10% or whatever the number will be, I mean, that's a question that we really need to look at in more detail. But I think 5% is on the low side because of that consumer experience point. And simply changing your boiler for a hydrogen boiler and then changing very little else in your home, hopefully the energy efficiency aside being more efficient, I think is something that would be attractive to consumers, I think, and therefore hydrogen may be attractive to consumers, obviously with the safety aspect being dealt with.
So bringing the consumer along, again, it's interesting, a lot of these across the different strands we talked about today seem to be some of the common sort of acceptance of where the market will need to go, and some of those issues there. I'm going to go, I mean, to some of the questions we've got from the audience. One of them probably isn't surprising with recent issues, but someone was just asking about cost elements here, and similar in the way to moving to electricity, but the hydrogen gas costs, considering costs are now seemingly at the heart of that. I appreciate, again, a bit of this is crystal ball gazing, but the understanding of cost mitigations and some of those issues there, is that something that's kind of at the minute beyond the grid to consider? Just as obviously, I guess at the minute hydrogen production, cost-wise, will be a bit of a challenge to be overcome as well. I think people were sort of asking about that in terms of long-term planning.
So I mean, that's it. I mean, it's always a very pertinent question, especially today when we've seen the prices of gas, isn't it? So that the ways you can produce hydrogen, of course, is from methane itself, by cracking that and then burying the CO2. So if the methane price is high, then obviously the hydrogen price is going to be correspondingly high. And then the other way, of course, is via electrolysis, via green hydrogen, using wind generation. So I think our expectation is that in the initial stages you'll have reasonable volumes of blue hydrogen. And the reason is because they can provide relatively high volumes with a relatively low price today. Now, obviously, the gas price today is very high. So I mean that may not be right today, but on a general basis, that would be right. And then as wind production increases and you get more and more wind production, and the costs are going down, green hydrogen will surpass the price of blue hydrogen sometime. And the projections are mid-2030s. I guess the question is so hydrogen is it going to be more expensive than methane? Well, it's a possibility, I think, depending on the green hydrogen price. But blue is likely to be a little bit more expensive than methane today. So that price will be there in the future. So I'm not projecting things. I'm not going to anticipate this. So
yeah, I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that the price will be high, but I mean, ultimately, you can see if you're using methane to make hydrogen, then the price of hydrogen is going to be based on the price of methane.
Brilliant. And following up another question, tied in more so to the government's commitments of its 2035 plans to have its electric supply fully decarbonised, which would be, I think, about 15 years ahead of its previous commitments. But someone's asking, in support of that, where are we at the minute with CCS? I was just going to come in with carbon capture and storage for you, but someone's asking if you could shed any light in how that may be playing a role in the carbon capture side of things, if that's something that would come into your remit of the gas grid, and something that might be important to, I guess, the more networked approach to electricity and gas and going low carbon there.
So we have been asked whether we can reuse our pipes to transport carbon dioxide. We have been asked that question, and my understanding is yes, you can. I guess then it's a question about what's the best use of the existing assets. If you don't need them for natural gas, is it best to use them for hydrogen or CO2? And that's a question that we're looking at. And some people have asked us those questions about what they could use our pipes for in the future. My understanding about CCUS in general is of course progressing with the clusters currently, and there will be new networks developed rather than using our existing networks at present for the newer stuff. And on the longer term, I couldn't say. Now whether it's a role for the current gas TSO or that gets separated out, that's a question beyond me. I would like to be able to answer that, but it's beyond my ability.
No, that's fantastic. That's given us a great lowdown of things, and it's a great way to kind of go on, I think, with the this afternoon's talk about energy and energy, looking a bit more holistically at that, and where we, I guess, as the heat industry, put that on. But I think actually that's taken us perfectly to the end of the time there, Malcolm. So thank you so much for the time and the patience as always with my questions. It's always appreciated. But that's been really insightful as well on just where we're going with hydrogen. So thank you so much for your time today on that one.
Thank you very much, Neil, and thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Brilliant, you guys. And with that, I will be hopefully passing you on now to my illustrious editor, Andrew Gavin. Thank you for your time, for joining us in the session as a whole, but specifically for this afternoon as well. So Andrew, over to you.
Thanks, Neil. I don't really propose to take up much more of the time because we've all had quite a lot to get our heads around, I think. So my summary slot is going to be literally down to the 2 or 3 points that I've made here. And then I think we will look forward to the write-up in IHV Plus tomorrow, and of course to our write-up in the magazine, and we will all have our own opinions to take and debates to take away from it. So here's my 1, 2, 3, 4-point strategy to summarize. Number one, I think we're all agreed what we need is the heating and building strategy to at least give us a guideline as to where we're going. So that's a key thing. Luckily, that we should be along. We've been saying this for a long time, next week. But without a strategy from the top, we've got nowhere to go. Number 2 headline is get involved. I think that was a thread really coming through the morning. And whether that is get involved in lobbying your MP, as we heard from a keynote speaker, for low carbon. I think we've all agreed that most MPs don't really understand either hydrogen or heat pumps. We should cling to the ones that do, but also we should write to our MPs and indeed get involved with our trade associations to really push the agenda that low carbon heating depends on us being able to move on with the technology and the installation and all the policy that goes with it. And also on that get involved, we heard a lot about heat networks and district heating. And also thermal storage goes alongside with that. I think there's some quite exciting potential applications that our industry can get involved with that we're not already in. And I think the view expressed at the beginning that perhaps it's seen as something only for the big companies was pretty well refuted by the speakers. So I think certainly at HV we're going to be writing more about that. I think it's inevitable, and I think there's opportunities for a lot of us out there. And then point 4, make it simple. Make it simple came across quite a lot, and I think that applies to talking to the consumers when it comes to low carbon heat and talking to the industry. And that also applies to the technology itself. It's let's not overcomplicate things. We know we have a low carbon heating journey ahead of us, and it's up to us as an industry to move it on. And if we don't move it on, then somebody else might try and come in and move it in a different direction. So it's up to us, people of HVAC. Thank you to all you speakers and to my fellow chair, Neil, and of course to our sponsors, to GemServe, to Honeywell and to Panasonic, without whom we could not make this possible. Thank you all for tuning in. As I say, we will be putting something up tomorrow. We'll have the recording up, fingers crossed, if the technology allows us tomorrow. We're going to work out how we get the slides to you. We'll keep writing about it in HMV and online, hvnplus.co.uk. And it remains for me to say, well, keep talking to us, keep the debate going. I look forward to seeing some of you, if you're involved on the AC side of HVAC at the Cooling Awards next week. And I hope to see a lot of you at the HMV News Awards on November the 11th. We can't help but remember that date for very many reasons, running from COP26 meetings to Remembrance Day. So thank you all for joining us, and we will now say our goodbyes. Thank you.